here.
Call the meeting to order, please. Please join me at the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have public comment on items that are not on the agenda.
That comes later, I think.
I'm running the meeting. Thank you, Nick.
Mr.
Is there
Chair,
any public comment on?
we have public comment after the first item.
Could take quite a while.
As you like, sir.
Is there anybody here for public comment that's not on the agenda? Please address.
Thank you, President Miller. Diana Suarez, Colfax, California. Good morning, everyone. I rise once again to speak on behalf of the Placer County disenfranchised stakeholders who live on the Placer County side of Bear River within the Bear River watershed and would be tragically affected by NID's proposal to dam our Bear River, destroy our homes, our lands, our park and campgrounds, our economies, our sacred places, our quality of life, and our hearts. NID management has budgeted $16 million to date to dam Bear River, without a project, without a permit, and without any approvals. They have been buying property in Bear River Canyon that is nowhere near any of their existing facilities. They have spent additional tens of thousands of dollars both maintaining and demolishing these properties. Is NID trying to become a landlord and a real estate empire? NID management has used this massive property acquisition campaign to preempt the authority of the Placer and Nevada County planning departments by using public money to seize property and initiate destruction of the beautiful Bear River Canyon without a vote of the people. NID is attempting an end run around the planning process to convert rural agricultural zoning into complete devastation by using millions of your taxpayer dollars to buy up what they cannot influence through the democratic process. Placer County's Bear River Park was unsuccessful in obtaining a grant from Sierra Nevada Conservancy earlier this year for shaded fuel break construction. At Bear River Campground, Placer County did receive funding from the same program for fuels work associated with the Middle Fork project. The only difference here is the threat of NID's Bear River Dam. Inundation of Bear River Canyon would remove alternate escape routes for hundreds of homes in our area by cutting off, blocking, and inundating roads. This horrible interference in our community fire safety planning will greatly increase the threat of catastrophic wildfire and death when residents are left with only one way out. This poorly conceived and hastily promoted billion-dollar boondoggle is an outrage and a huge waste of money. It doesn't take a weatherman to know which way the wind blows, and it doesn't take a financial wizard to see the connection between this $16 million violation of the public trust and the next round of rate hikes. And it won't end there. The bleeding of public money has only just begun. Centennial Dam is a huge expenditure that NID and its customers cannot afford, and it must be discarded immediately. Thank you.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
I hate having to go after Diana. She's such a powerful speaker. High-level political attention on, Nicole Ragland, Nevada City. High-level political attention on the environment has been focused largely on climate change because energy policy is central to economic growth. But biodiversity is just as important for the future of the Earth as climate change, said Sir Robert Watson, chair of the study from Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystems. They're publishing a study that's expected to run 8,000 pages and being compiled by more than 500 experts in 50 countries. Watson, the British-born atmospheric scientist who has led programs at NASA and was a science advisor in the Clinton administration, said, "We're at a crossroads. The historic and current degradation and destruction of nature undermine human well-being for current and countless future generations. Land degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change are three different faces of the same central challenge, the increasingly dangerous impact of our choices on the health of the natural environment." Hear me when I say, around the world, land is being deforested, cleared, and destroyed with catastrophic implications for wildlife and people. Nature's ability to contribute food and fresh water to a growing human population is being compromised in every region on Earth, including our own. Humans account for 1/10 of all life on Earth, yet we depend on the life that exists right down to the smallest fungi and microbes in the soil. You are now hearing that insects vital to the diets of other animals, as well as the pollinators of our food, are facing a bleak future as populations appear to be collapsing. Land use changes and increased pesticide use are destroying habitats in vastly reducing numbers. As stewards of our land, you are doing both, attempting to destroy our landscape and freely spray glyphosate near and around our water supply. Ultimately, Watson concludes that saving nature will require a major rethink of how we live and how we think about nature, but that it is possible to turn this dire situation around if governments want it to happen. He said there are no magic bullets or one-size-fits-all answers. The best options are found in better governance, putting biodiversity concerns into the heart of farming and energy policies, the application of scientific knowledge and technology, and increased awareness of behavioral changes. He said that the evidence shows that we do know how to protect and at least partially restore our vital natural assets. We know what we have to do. If Watson were here today, he would tell you building a dam is not the answer. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Mark Johnson, Grass Valley. I am a customer. I would like to thank Ms. Ragland. I would like to thank Ms. Suarez on the reassertion of facts, nothing but facts. Yet, the board keeps spending money on a $1 billion boondoggle that has no public benefit proven. There were assertions by this board or somebody in this room that for every dollar spent on the $1 billion boondoggle, there would be a $4.18 return to the public trust. That has been proven dead false. Where that came from, who thought that one up, we don't know. The $1 billion boondoggle doesn't have any water rights. That's another thing that wasn't brought up. How can you fill something when you have no water rights? More billions of dollars in negotiations, is that what that's going to cost? Fiscal responsibility here is nil. The people have asked you to stop this. I don't know why we keep pursuing, coming down here and asking you these things. The facts have been laid out. It's appalling that you folks are still doing this. And I respectfully ask you to please take the public into consideration and listen to their thoughts. Thank you.
Morning. Marin Lipowitz, Cedar Ridge. As a follow-up to the previous comments, which to me spoke to the necessity of being more broad than just practical solutions, broad enough to take all the consequences into effect and to realize that Earth, our planet, is under siege with so many things. So I would ask anyone who feels so moved to join me in the pledge to the earth. I pledge allegiance to the earth and all the life it supports, one planet in our care, irreplaceable, with sustenance and respect for all. And then regarding the boondoggle, it's actually more than $1 billion. It's $1.2 billion to build this dam. And I have here a very practical analysis of what our obligation would be to pay this debt off And this is done with Zillow, a middle-of-the-road mortgage calculator for the kind of debt that we would be incurring for the dam. The payment would be $440,135 per month for 30 years. That's Zillow. Mortgage calculation. Thank you. Unsustainable.
Close the public comment, and, Special Order 905, treated water and raw water adjustment increases public hearing. Dustin, am I opening hearing now, or are we going to present? and
Yes, we'll open the hearing at the conclusion of Greg's presentation.
So give me a nod when it's time to open the hearing. Okay. Please, thank you.
Good morning, board, staff, and public. I'm Greg Jones, the Assistant General Manager. We're going to go through a quick overview. Then there will be a PowerPoint presentation, and we're going to give a little ground rules of how we're going to proceed today, and then we'll open it up to public comment for the protest hearing. So today we're going to conduct a protest hearing, protest count, and in the event of a no protest majority of the eligible 12,530 customers, consider adopting Resolution 2019-06, authorizing increases in rates and charges for the treated and raw water, drought rates, private hydroelectric water rates, and waiver of district policy for unrestricted designated reserves, operating reserves 3040.4.1. The purpose of the proposed rate increase is to increase fiscal responsibility of the district while ensuring water delivery reliability, water quality, health, and safety to its customers. During much of 2018, district staff, NBS, the district's financial consultant, and the Water Rates Committee analyzed the district's existing rates, revenue requirements, and budgetary information. This process ultimately led to a recommendation from the Water Rates Committee for changes in the district's rates as detailed in the district's cost of service study. The cost of service study sets forth in detail information concerning district operations, revenue, and expense assumptions. On February 27th, 2019, the Board of Directors authorized staff to begin the Proposition 218 process by adopting the cost of service study and authorizing the mailing of the notice of proposed water rate increases to customers and landowners within the district. Notices of the proposed rate changes were mailed to all NID customers and landowners in accordance with Prop 218 and included a schedule of proposed rates and changes, the date, time, and location of the public hearing, and instructions on how to file written protest and to protest the rate change. In an effort to educate the public throughout this period, staff and directors conducted 4 public meetings in an attempt to answer questions in a forum to understand the public's concerns and to answer various questions. The meetings occurred on March 19th, March 21st, April 3rd, and April 8th. This item before you today addresses goal number 1 of the district's current strategic plan to maintain proactive, prudent, and forward-thinking management to ensure resilient and sustainable operation of our systems and to the benefit of our customers, our community, and to the environment. We're going to currently begin with a PowerPoint presentation, some of which we've given over the course of the last 4 meetings, and I've got myself will conduct some of it, Marvin Davis, our NID's finance manager, and Greg Klumpner, who is director at the NBS Utility Rate Group, a consultant that created and helped create the process, the cost of service study. So this is a slide presentation of about maybe 20 slides, so we'll go through it rather quick. Many people have seen this before. Why the rate increase? Well, number 1, fiscal responsibility of the district. Currently, the district covers, or the current rates cover 68% of the cost of service to deliver water to its 12,530 customers. I'm sorry, to its 26,000 customers. I'm sorry, that's half. And so the purpose of the rate increase is to recover some of that cost to provide the water service to our customers. and to build on operating reserves for emergencies for the district. Secondly is to ensure reliability, the health and safety of the customers of the district. With this, we want to ensure that we have proactive maintenance of our full water infrastructure, 475 miles of canal and over 400 miles of treated water pipeline. The Water Rates Committee was a community-based stakeholder group with the goal to recommend the necessary rate adjustments to ensure the financial viability of NID's water system in an effort to meet adequate reserve requirements and to secure the healthy financial reserves of the district. The Water Rates Committee was convened on May 29th, 2018. It conducted 6 public meetings to review the district's financials and establish a recommended water rate. The committee was made up of 10 members of the community. Each one of the board members requested and conferred with 2 of their constituents, 1 raw water customer and 1 treated water customer, which comprised of the 10 public members of the district. It was also seated with 2 of the board members. The meetings were held over 6 months, and 6 of them were conducted. Staff was at those meetings along with the consultants of NBS, who developed the district's 5-year summary financial model that helped assess assumptions throughout the model and come to the rate structure that is in your cost of service study today. The model allowed for the Water Rates Committee to open and the public to engage in various scenarios over these meetings by manipulating input variables to determine reserve impacts. Marvin?
Can't ask anything right now.
Good morning, board, staff, and members of the public. Marvin Davis, the finance manager. I'll just review some of the key findings here that came out of the committee. Our current water proposed rates will cover 68% of the district's cost of service. Our actual coverage right now is about 58%. The current proposed rates will get us to 68%. The district is going to use other revenues to offset the water rates revenues. The district is proposing to use $34 million of its hydroelectric revenues over the 5-year period. We're proposing, provided we have the reserve levels, interest earnings will be at $8.2 million. Obviously, if we're not, interest earnings will be less. We are proposing to use about $7 million in property taxes over that 7-year period. And the first 2 years, there's no use of these taxes. The last 3 years of the model is where this kicks in. We review the prior 5-year financials, and over that period, the district sustained about $8 million less revenue than our estimate due to the drought during that time. And the district also is implementing small hydroelectric generator rates and for those particular customers. And this particular 5-year cycle will bring to reserves approximately about 4 months, a little bit shy of our 6-month policy. However, within this study, as you've seen, we have reasonable assumptions that over 10 years, the reserves will be at 6 months, only with inflationary increases. Okay, this is just a graphical representation of the numbers, and essentially you can see the pie chart in terms of what the cost of service is, in terms of how much it will cost the district to maintain the fund and salaries over the 5 years, how much it'll cost the district to maintain the benefits and the federal fees, and so in the $40.7 million is the estimate for 2019. The district segregates our operation into 3 divisions. Our CAFR segregates our operations into water, That's our comprehensive annual financial report. Hydroelectric division is segregated, and our recreation division is segregated. So each one of these divisions have their own revenue stream as well as their own costs. And so when you notice the hydroelectric, you notice the 10.9 transfer out. This is within the model. So this is for 2019, the adopted budget at this time. The district has went through several efforts in order to reduce costs and become efficient over the prior 5 years. And these are the things that were sustained over those times. And we did the analysis. We produced the reports that determined that these were true cash savings. Hadn't these things happened, this cash would have went out. So these are true cash savings over this period of time. Obviously there's some assumptions, but these are true cash savings. And so what we're going to do is just have our consultant, Greg Klumpner, just going to walk through the model at a high level.
Okay. Thanks, Marvin. Members of the board and public. So I'm Greg Klumpner. I think most of you have heard this at least once, so I'm going to try to do this at a fairly high level. So an overview of the rate study itself. The methodology has these three basic components: the financial plan, cost service analysis, and rate design. The Water Rates Committee had major input, major decisions in each of these components. So the financial plan, to summarize things, the projection with the rate increases over the 3 years, total revenue requirement and versus the total revenue. So as you can see, this is kind of tracking with the rate increases. We're kind of meeting the revenue requirement each year. So this is a roll-up of a very detailed operating budget. A couple notes here. The actual water rate revenues, Marvin mentioned, is 68% currently. That will increase over the 5-year period about 77% of total expenses. The total sources of funds will increase by about 15% over 5 years, compared to about 20% increase in the operating costs. And as we have noted in the past, there's a significant contribution of hydro revenues, the bottom of the revenue section there. So that's $10 million this year and $6 million in each of the subsequent years. So with this financial plan, one of the objectives was to meet the reserve requirements, which is shown in the green line. Over this period, we're getting back to that. We're still not going to be at that policy of the reserve level, but it's heading in the right direction. So the cost service analysis basically breaks down the revenue requirements into various categories, various buckets. Fixed versus volumetric, types of revenue, treated versus raw customers. So this basically shows that most of the 80% of the district's costs really are fixed. They should be recovered from fixed revenue. The other 20% from the volumetric revenue. And then there's been some discussion of this, but the allocation between the raw and the treated customers is basically tracks the number of accounts. There are plans to do a little bit more detailed analysis of this in the future. That'll take some work on the accounting side. So in terms of rate design, the Water Rates Committee made a couple of decisions to change from bi-monthly to monthly billing. They wanted to increase the revenue recovered from the base rate to 50%, currently it's 37%, adopt small hydroelectric generator water rates, create drought rates, and maintain the current 2-tier rate structure. So in terms of the rate design, here's how the numbers kind of break down, and as you can see on the left, the cost of service would allocate these amounts of revenue to fixed and volumetric. And then once you've made the adjustment to the 50-50, That's shown on the right side there.
Make an adjustment to the 50/50?
Well,
What he's been talking about for the last 2
yes.
minutes.
So,
Well,
okay, so if you look at the cost of service results, 80%, if you recovered 80% from fixed revenues, it'd be 22 million. So some of that was shifted into the volumetric rates, so on the right. So it's 27.7 million in both cases. So the rate revenue from fixed and volumetric costs, here's how the categories break down into raw and treated customers. So the percents on the right are the fixed or the raw and treated customer percentages that we talked about a couple slides ago. So when you take the rate revenue to allocate it to raw and treated customers and fixed and volumetric revenues, the result is the proposed treated customer water rates here.
I can ask a question during his presentation.
You may.
Sure.
Could you go back one slide, please? Because I'm interested in, this kind of went a little quickly. So the percentages that you allocated between treated and raw were 74 and 26, based upon what?
Based upon number
Number of accounts.
Number of accounts.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to get that clear. Okay, thank you.
I might point out that no accounting date.
Okay. So proposed rates over the next 5 years, these are obviously by meter size. Volumetric rates at the bottom there. Here's a comparison that I think everybody's seen this. The dark ones are NID. It's not always easy to make a comparison between different agencies because they have different rate structures and different consumption patterns, but these are comparisons with some other agencies in the area. And then proposed rates for the raw customers over the next 5 years. So the drought rates, most agencies throughout California are creating drought rates. It's in the case where the state does mandate conservation. These relate to the 4 stages that the district has laid out as a emergency plan for drought. So basically what this does, when you assume that you're going to meet the reduction in consumption, some of the costs go down, but also the amount of revenue from volumetric bills, paying customers, goes down. So this basically is set to meet the revenue requirements under drought conditions in the 4 stages. And then Greg's going to take over again.
Okay, so Greg Jones, NID. So as part of this process, the public hearing is an opportunity for the public to comment on the proposed rate changes. Directors nor staff are permitted to respond to the speakers. The directors may take notes, comments, and questions, etc. from the public. And I'm going to give you a bit of an understanding, so I'm going to speak to the public at this point. If you'd like to speak at today's rate public hearing, we ask that you follow a few simple steps. Number 1, please sign in at the front desk. You will be given a number. You will provide your name, and if you wish, you can provide your phone number and your email address. That will put you in a queue. We're going to have queues up on the screen, and I believe it's going to show the top 10 next individuals who are up in line for public comment. We're trying to make this as effective as possible. And so, if your number is in that queue, please be prepared to come up to the podium. We ask that the next 5 people in line stand up, walk out that door, and come around and start getting in line on the outside. One of the NID staff members will take your card to ensure that you're in line, and then you'll come and line up on this side waiting for the next person in front of you to be done speaking. If you do not provide an email or a phone number, that's fine. Your name will be presented up on the screen. on the list, as well as it's on our website. And that is, if you go onto the website, you will see the link right there, and you'll go on and it'll tell you exactly how to see their name and the list of next speakers so that you can get in line appropriately. Let's see. We request that you be concise. If somebody or a speaker in front of you has made a similar comment, we kindly respect at a time that you either refrain from making the same comment or make some comment that might be a little different. We do have a limited capacity in this boardroom of 85, as you can see on the wall. We have roughly enough seats and enough standing room for 10 to 12 people standing, so please be aware that the podium out front in the lobby is also live streaming this speaker, so you can watch the speakers out front. We're also live streaming it out at the East Annex, so if you want to walk outside and wait for your turn, you can please do that, and you'll see your name come up soon, and if you're within the next 5, we ask that you then come into this door where our NID staff will take your card again, and you'll get in line. If you happen to miss your slot, if you happen to your number 17 and you missed it, just please come back to the front desk out here at the main lobby where you signed up the first time. We'll reinsert you at the end of the line, and that's where you'll get a new number and be reinserted again. Out of respect for time as well, we request that you make one comment per person, and we're not coming back and back and back multiple times with the same person. So make your comments once and please. Protests are being collected. We have the protest box in the front, and they are being collected until the end of this public hearing. The public hearing is the part of this where your voices are heard, and that is the public hearing, which we will begin as soon as I'm done talking or Director Miller requests it. After the public hearing concludes, the board will recess, and a combination of NID, county staff will immediately begin the protest count in public view in the East Annex. We will have the door open to the East Annex so you can look inside. We have 2 independent observers, one from the League of Women Voters and one from the Union, who will be in that room and observing all of the counts and the opening of the ballots. You can look inside the door. We kindly request that you don't walk into the East Annex. You can see it live streamed, and we're having it videotaped, and so there is a screen out in front of that door where you can view the process going on right then and there. So at that point, after the public hearing, we will do a preliminary count. That count will not verify the protests that have been, and they will not go through the required characteristics to be considered an official count. This is intended to be a quick count, to understand if we are meeting a threshold. If the preliminary count is less than 10,500, the board will reconvene and deliberate on the water rate increase. If the preliminary count is more than 10,500 ballots, the board will wait until the verified count is complete before reconvening. This process requires a no protest vote of 12,530 verified protests for the proposed water rates to ultimately fail. Again, I think that is the end of my presentation. This is a meeting of the board.
I just wanted to ask you, did you have boxes, NID boxes located in, say, Lincoln and Auburn and such, and were those brought
Thank you.
for today?
Yes, we have two external boxes. Those are being brought as soon as the public hearing is concluded. Those boxes are being packaged up then and brought to the district at that point. With that.
Guaranteed hour of we may break or something at that point.
Well, we anticipate that a preliminary count could be an hour or two.
Waiting for a box to come up from Lincoln, that's
Sure.
45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, exactly. So it could be as high as 2 or 2.5 hours for a preliminary count.
We could go to post office and reconvene. Anyway,
We'll
get there.
We could go to lunch. We
Okay.
could go to post
That's
office.
these kind of concepts.
And so.
Yes, ma'am.
Procedural question. I'm Dawn Wiley. I'm new to the region, and being new, I don't understand, I don't know the history, so the question be brief. How was it determined, was it by board or regulation, that you needed 50+% to have the protest
State
vote?
law.
State law.
It's in the California Constitution.
But those that don't put a protest forward are like, it's like a union where you end up, a neutral vote or a neutral comment or whatever is considered a yes vote.
We
Correct.
function under the regulations, we don't create the
And
regulations.
then secondly, just another procedural question, there may be individuals that have an urgent need to use the bathroom when they're in line or something. You never know, as a physician, I think about that. So I would request that if they miss a spot right then, that they go to the next spot rather than having to wait. Because some people, like the older people, they may not be able to.
Comment taken, but it's been
it's not-
established, I don't think it's gonna be a critical, we'll be fine. Let's not recreate every wheel here.
But that doesn't seem fair,
It's a mechanism.
Will the protests that are postmarked today be counted?
No, not unless they're in the
They-
box.
We received, I believe.
Okay, folks, just
Attorney?
the Dustin Cooper, legal counsel for the district. The protests need to be received by the district in writing before the close of the public hearing today.
So not postmarked, but received. Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering when you anticipate verification of the final count, when you verify, legitimate customers rejecting.
So we will go through, irregardless of the preliminary count, we will go through and finalize the full count of all the protests received and verify. We anticipate that will be done today, this evening, at whatever point it gets done. Our staff and our volunteers are committed to moving that through until all ballots are verified and counted, irregardless of whether the preliminary count doesn't meet the threshold.
And how will that be communicated?
Through a press release, through the website, through that way, absolutely. Which is how we normally communicate our information to our public, through the website and press release. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am? Yes, ma'am? Sidebars, people. Dude, sir, trying to hear this lady's question.
I came to the first meeting here in March, and the numbers of treated customers on the board at that time were around 14,000 something. How is it adjusted up to like 19,000 something, and now the total count to get to the 50% plus one now is escalated as well? I know it wasn't that high when I came to that first meeting. There were like 14,000 something in treated water customers shown on the board on that first meeting. And now
I
it's
don't have an answer for you on
19,000.
that. Marvin, do we have an answer for that?
Can we get a
We haven't changed any.
count? I mean, how
We
do
haven't changed any
know
numbers.
exactly how many treated and untreated customers there are? Because that number is dramatically increased since the first meeting in March.
I'm not sure it has. That's right.
The cost of
The
service
count,
study
the service
has-
study has the number specifically in it. Right. Correct, Greg?
It's in the cost of service study.
It is.
But the consultant also has the number.
Study in March showed a dramatically lower
No, I just, yeah.
Right. Thank you for the question. I'm Chip Closewater, Operations Manager. The count of the total customer base comes from the total account at the district. So, and the slideshow hasn't changed. The number of treated water customers has remained the same throughout the 4 public presentations we've put forth. What I will say is that 19,000 is only treated. Keep in mind, we have a whole nother group of irrigation water customers, and that's how you get to the 50% plus one. You have to include all customer accounts in our system. Thank you.
Yes.
So in your notice here, it says that for protests to be counted, property owners or tenants wishing to file a written protest to proposed rate increases or adjustments must mail or deliver them to Nevada Irrigation District address at or before the conclusion of the public meeting. So that's the way I read that, they could mail it at the conclusion of the meeting and still be counted.
It has to be received by.
Well, you just said it's received.
No,
Well,
mail.
he said how they could get it in.
Must mail or deliver. So it's mailed at the conclusion of public hearing. So I think that's right, because people should hear what the public has to say before they make up their mind.
So again, the protests have to be received by the end of the public hearing that we're going to conduct shortly. And unless folks have further kind of baseline procedure questions, I think we're now getting into the substance of the public hearing. So I'm not going to argue with you, ma'am. It has to be received by the end of the close of the public hearing, which is going to happen today in a matter of hours. Mr. President, I would recommend you open the public hearing.
Open public hearing on the water rates.
So only 5 people are supposed to be waiting in line?
No, he said 10, I think.
10?
We get people up there.
I know, I know.
Okay, are we ready to proceed? I am Mark Lyon. I live in beautiful Cascade Shores and own property there. And as the Assistant General Manager said, this falls under the purview of Proposition 218. And unless I am mistaken, unless I've missed something, I have to say I'm not a lawyer. I've only played one on television. But unless I have missed something, you are in, if you do any rate increase at this point, you are in violation of Section 4, Paragraph D, which states.
Oh, what?
What?
Code of what? What do you?
Section 4, paragraph.
The Constitution of California and the Proposition 218, which I just alluded to.
I see.
Thank you.
Okay. It states, each notice, which is what we all got, mailed to owners of identified parcels within the district pursuant to subdivision C of Article 4, which is what we're talking about, shall contain a ballot, which includes the agency's address for receipt of the ballot once completed by any owner receiving the notice, whereby the owner may indicate his name and reasonable identification of parcel, and his support or opposition to the proposed assessment. Now, you folks are working under, not only have you violated the thing that none of us got ballots, but you are working under the assumption that the majority protest to secede has to be 50% plus 1 of all property owners. That is not how it is defined in paragraph E of Section Section 4, which states that it talks about having the public hearing, which you're doing quite nicely, and it then says a majority protest exists if, upon the conclusion of the hearing, ballots submitted in opposition to the assessment exceed the ballots submitted in favor of the assessment. Not only that, but I'm sorry I'm an actor, I gotta enjoy the moment. Not only that, but I mean I'm paying my Screen Actors Guild dues for something. In tabulation, the ballot shall be weighted according to the proportional financial obligation of the affected property. That has to do with business property versus residential and all that kind of good stuff. Now, that, unless learned counsel over here knows something about this that I don't know, and I read the Constitution, and I do have above average ability to read, it seems to me that this is premature, that it has to all go back to you sending out a ballot to everybody and then being a ballot of 50%. You gotta have 50% plus one in order to make a rate increase. You can't make up your own rules. This isn't Washington, D.C. And I would suggest furthermore, little off the topic, but as long as I'm ranting, that there are a lot of us who live below poverty level. And if anything should be done, NID should be having a reduced rate for those who meet the poverty level standards that is used by the state of California and by the federal government for things like lifeline telephone and reduced PG&E bills. If there's anything that is a lifeline, it is our water. Thank you very much.
Hang on a second. So, Dustin, do we reschedule this for another 45 days out? My question, give me a minute.
So the gentleman is in the wrong section of the Constitution. You are in Section 4, which concerns proposed assessments, and that's the process that details how a district like NID would propose an increased assessment. We are in Section 6.
Which would be taxes. Is that
No,
what you mean by assessment?
it's a benefit assessment.
Like cement bill or road flat.
Like when we've done the assessment district. Okay. Young lady?
Well,
He's speaking.
so we're in Section 6. Why don't we make copies of it for everybody?
Well,
That's
Dustin,
okay.
Dustin, maybe it would be helpful, because I too read that stuff, and in the beginning, we made a mistake. We put the incorrect section on our website, and we had that section on our website that talked about assessments. I brought it to Greg's attention, right, Greg? And so it might be helpful to just explain the difference between assessment and tax.
A fee.
A fee, yeah. But you know what I mean? Because NID put out the wrong information on our website.
So, I'm going to, I had a request for a break, and we'll take a 5-minute break, give Dustin a chance to figure out what he's thinking. I'm hearing things, I don't know, I rely on the attorney. So, reassemble at 10. Flip of the wrist.
It's a flip of the wrist?
Oh, it's your carpal tunnel.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. As we resettle, our young reporter running around in here, he was here a second ago. I asked him if he's going to be talking to people, tap him on the shoulder and go outside for a minute. He was doing some talking, and it's just hard to hear everybody.
Well, we're getting feedback from your thing, too.
My thing?
From whatever.
My thing? Not the only actor in the room, Michael. So, we're all back in. You were going to bring something up that looks like what we're trying to decide which... Okay, there it is. Very good. Dustin, you have the floor.
Okay, so before I get to Proposition 218 and what the requirements...
That's a good idea.
Alan, you're leaning on the light switch there. There you go,
Thank
young man.
you.
Thank you.
So...
RCB. Hope you're okay. Don't usually happen. Never happens. Okay.
In order to understand Proposition 218, you need a little history lesson.
Okay.
In the late 70s, we all remember Prop 13?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, so that limited ad valorem property taxes to 1% of value. What happened shortly after that is, pre-Proposition 13, a lot of agencies had a lot of discretion to receive revenue based on an ad valorem rate, an assessment. That included NID, by the way. Given Prop 13, that ability to generate revenue through ad valorem taxes was shut, right? So what happened is a lot of agencies, including NID, throughout the state, started putting more emphasis on assessments and fees. And Howard Jarvis did not like that. They saw that as an unchecked power. They thought assessment and fees were just taxes by another name that got around Prop 13. So in 1996, we in California voted and approved what's known as Proposition 218. So this is it, Proposition 218, Article 13D. The gentleman that spoke first was referencing Article 4, which you see is titled Procedures, Section 4, Procedures and Requirements for All Assessments. What Proposition 218 did is it tries to close the loophole that existed after Prop 13. So it touched upon assessments, it touched upon taxes, and it touched upon property-related fees and charges. So you need to make sure you're in the right section because Proposition 218 is more than just what NID is proposing today. Okay, so Section 4 is assessments, Section 3 is taxes, Section 6 is the process we are undertaking right now. Go ahead, Chris. Okay, so there are 3 sections, subsections in Section 6, A, B, and C. A spells out the procedural requirements for a new or increased fee or charge. So if you're following with me, A1 talks about the notice. The notice will include the parcels upon which the fee or charged be identified. You provide written notice by mail of the proposed fee or charge to the record owner of the identified parcel. You show the amount of the fee or charge proposed, the basis for the fee or charge, the reason for the change, and the date, time, location of the public hearing of the proposed fee change. Sub 2 there is then the hearing, which we're conducting right now. And that must occur not less than 45 days following the mailing of the notice. Subsection B gets into the substantive requirements of a fee change. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but for example, the fee or charge must not exceed the funds required the property-related service. So in common language, that's cost of service, right? NID can charge no more than its cost of service. So that's why NID conducted a cost of service study. So subsection C, there
Voter approval.
With certain fees and charges, there is a 218 two-step. Step one at the public hearing is you count your protests, and if there's a majority, you stop at that point. If there's not a majority, then Proposition 218 says you proceed to the next step, which is a affirmative vote, 50% plus one or greater. However, subsection C says that second step does not apply for voter approval for fees or charges for sewer, water, or refuse collection. So that means for, which we're talking about today, a fee change for water service only has to conduct that first step. That is, whether there's a majority protest or not.
Excuse me, could you go back to section 4? Okay, fees or charges based on potential of future use of the service are not permitted. Are these future uses that you are proposing? This is for future consumption, correct?
No, that's speaking towards let's say NID wanted to provide police service, and they decided to collect revenue for that police service, but they're not going to provide that service for 10 years.
Go back up and see that. Show me where it says that, please. Where it says police only and all that.
So let's discuss this at sidebar, because you're not understanding the language. The service must be immediately available.
Left.
I just have a quick question to the attorney. What happened with Division 11 of the Water Code, State of California, for irrigation district? Was that also compromised by this 218?
The Constitution supersedes what the Irrigation District Act says. So for an example, if the Irrigation District Act says the district can unilaterally impose changes in fees or charges, that would not be consistent with the Proposition 218 process.
So they're in dispute with each other, because there's no reference in 218 to, that I could find anyway, to Division 11.
There is reference in the Water Code to the assessment process in Proposition 218. There is not reference to the fee process.
Okay, well,
but supremacy under the law means that the Constitution trumps a statute. So that's why we're discussing 218.
There's also a lot of regulations under 11 that deal with what you're saying, or is being said about 218, and that's in regards to drought. In other words, you took a drought based on a governor's assumption and not what you had in storage or had available. That's not what your Division 11 says you must do. You must prorate that water throughout the district. So
Governor's declaration. The governor declared emergency. It wasn't an assumption.
I don't care what the...
Well, you just said governor's assumption.
If
Well,
you're under the
we have to
irrigation
call it.
laws, you have how you're supposed to operate. So I'm just confused on one. Somebody has to enlighten me. I'm no brain surgeon or attorney.
Right. No, well, he just said it trumps. There's a priority or a hierarchy of authority.
What section in it does it cover that?
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking your question, sir.
What section of 218 covers the Division 11 of the water code?
I think it supersedes it.
Yeah, so if you read the introductory section,
So you throw Division 11 away?
Correct.
to the extent it is,
Somewhat.
Proposition 218 is inconsistent with it.
Supersedes it.
Okay.
We don't, again, that's the state law.
I'll buy that, I guess.
Well, we'll have to, it's just what it is. Young lady?
I still somehow don't understand. I understand what 50% plus one.
All right, now we're not talking, well, go ahead.
But I don't understand, why it's not of the votes that you get, of people who vote, people who bother to write a letter, which is what you asked. Why isn't it 50 plus one of that?
That's what the law states.
Show her the section again, please.
Yeah, So NID did not create this law. We are operating under it. That's,
We just went over that.
Thank you, thank you. We are getting a little bit.
Excuse me, I met, when I was going around, I'm sorry,
Well,
I just wanna-
okay, yeah, please respect everybody else who's waiting in line. Go get a number.
but it had, I'm talking
Well,
about
we were, and then we're getting out of it.
the counting. People that we had, I met numerous people who lived in mobile home parks, and they were so mad because they said, we have more than 100 mobile homes here, and we only get one vote for all of us. We each pay individually, we each own our property individually, and is that also dictated by the state, that you have to ignore 99 out of 1?
The way it's written, yes. Please, let the people who are in line have their turn. Yes, the answer is yes. That's the way the law is written. From what I'm hearing. Not my law, the state law, the thing you just read us on the... I know it's hard to digest sometimes, but he just went over it. It's there. It's what we're working with. Yes, please.
Are you number 2?
Yes, I am number 2.
There it is.
Right
So
up
she
there.
tries harder.
Diana
Diane tries
Suarez,
harder.
Colfax, California. I want to remind everybody that the only mandate here today is to vote against the rate increase if the ballots total 51%. There is no mandate to vote for the rate increase.
Right.
This is up to the directors. And I would like to remind the directors that every letter in those full ballot boxes is a vote for election that's upcoming next year. And I would like to remind everybody here that Director Miller and Director Wilcox are up for re-election. I would also like to congratulate Directors Peter and Heck for working for financial wisdom, financial sense, and they want to take a little bit longer to really look at this. I mean, there's a lot to look at in a big organization like NID, and they could have a person from the outside come in and really look at the costs and how the benefits, the salaries, and everything else compare to the rest of the community. So this is not a mandate to pass this. There's no mandate for that. It's up to the elected officials. And I would like to also say that numbers and legalese is all something, but the human beings that are here are the people you were elected to represent. These are the people that are hurting. These are the people that need water. Water is life. And when you reduce it down to a bunch of statistics, we all know that there's white lies, real lies, and statistics. You can approach numbers from any direction. I like statistics myself. But it can be very specific in its perspective. So it's the people who matter. It's the people that are here today, and these directors are here to listen to you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Itera O'Connell, and I live in Grass Valley near Chicago Park. And our NID rates went from 3,000 in 2005 to 8,000. So we're a little concerned about possibly doubling that, which is one of my concerns. Every time I come to one of these meetings, and I've been to a lot of them, the rate is very unclear what exactly it's going to be. Is it 50% over 5 years? Is it 89% over 5 years? Is it 100% over 5 years? We'd really like to know that. Maybe Marvin can help with that. So obviously there's no emergency. We had a lot of rain. We have water, so we have a chance to talk about this. And it would be nice if the NID board and staff and the ratepayers did not have an adversarial relationship. Most of you I know except for Scott. I'm getting to know Scott today, but we'll just keep at it, Scott, until it gets better and better, you know. And thank you, Nick, for your work at the Brady campaign, and it's nice to know all of you. So anyway, it would be great if we were on the same team instead of this sort of
adversarial deal, and one of the things that came up in a meeting that we had with Beer Wagon was that, Director Beer Wagon, was that the NID has met its obligation by sending out this letter. And that was really nice to send out the letter. Unfortunately, our group of 19 families did not get the letter. And I know that's hard to believe, but we're willing to take a lie detector test or however you want to prove that we didn't get it, and we're not trying to be snotty, but we did find out through another neighbor that this increase was impending. So we would really like to see you take more time, actually send out a ballot, actually send out a postcard. I mean, if you would like help with this, the Briar Patch does it really easily. They send you a postcard, and you can write on there what you would like and send it back. So that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is email. You might not have heard of that, but if you have everybody's email, you can get this done in 24 hours. If you don't, we have phone calls. Now, I've heard that the names and addresses of people that get NID services are confidential, so we have no way of contacting people to find out if they are in favor of a rate increase or not. So I'm wondering if any of the directors have called their constituents to find out, are they in favor of a rate increase or not? I'm guessing probably not. So when I'm standing in front of the market handing out ballots, I have yet to meet a person that says, man, I want an increase. Get the hell out of here. I don't know what you're doing here. So basically what I'm discouraged about is the fact that we did not receive the rate increase letter, and we don't know how many people have not received it. So, and it's not clear if the rate increase will, I wasn't clear about this concept that the raw water people would carry the burden of this. I've heard that as a rumor. And so the numbers, yes, I've been to meetings and I've seen all the numbers, but that doesn't mean I understand, you know, all your slides as many times as I've seen them. Also, like more of a holistic sense of what your projects are and why hydro is no longer suitable to supplement the ratepayers. The last time I was here, it said that the rate that was being received by NID was 48% of the cost of service, and this time it says that it's 58%, which is, we did better since March 19th. So even though I just heard today that none of the numbers have changed, I was also curious about that one. But at any rate, we would love it if you would postpone this, vote no today, and we can really organize comprehensive feedback from the entire community, the 26,000 people. Are they in favor of a rate increase or not? Even though you're not mandated by law to do it, we would appreciate if you would do it anyway. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Vicki Stokes and I represent the Moonshine Water Company. We're a mutual water association with 19 parcels receiving 21 minors inches of water in the summer and 8 in the fall. Our protest to this rate hikes are notification to ratepayers was lacking on NID's part. As the controller, I never received your notice, as Itera indicated. I found out through a neighbor and I called, and one of the nice people that answered from customer service mailed me one. And how can you expect a voter return of 50+1 when not all customers receive this notice? Transparency should be one of NID's main objectives, yet it is non-existent, and it always feels like you guys are trying to hide something. Our rates are high enough now. We don't need another increase. At least 7 to 9 of our families are on low income, and water rates are getting out of hand. We use water mainly for our gardens to produce food for the families. Our animals, there's horses and livestock, and also we use it for fire protection through our ponds and fire hydrants. We actually have 4 fire hydrants in our little Chicago Park area. When the question was asked on March 19th, the meeting that we were here at, and also on April 10th when we met with Mr. Beerwagen, we asked what would happen if this rate increase is voted down. The answer was, we will have to tighten our belts and work through it. Why didn't NID do the first, instead of opting for an automatic rate hike, why didn't they tighten the belts before they asked for a rate increase? And NID's poor money management and lack of planning is placing a hardship on all of us. No other company, including our own, we own a business, we would not spend money we don't have and then ask our customers to bail us out. This is called a budget, and working within a budget is the best way to run a company. We're requesting that NID postpone this vote until after they take a deep dive into the expense side of their ledger. Their expenses, particularly salaries and benefits, are way out of line. You see that chart that you guys put up there is like $25 or $28 million just for salaries and benefits. The number of employees has increased in the last 8 years, but your number of customers doesn't seem to have. So we're asking Chris, our representative in Chicago Park, to vote no for this rate hike. Thank you.
Lauren Lipowitz, Cedar Ridge. I'd like to read an excerpt of something that was published by the editorial board of the union. It wasn't an editorial. The whole board got together to do this. It's on Proposition 218. The Right to Vote on Taxes Act, passed in 1996, requires cities, counties, and special districts to allow the public to vote on and approve fees, assessments, and taxes. But rather than allowing the ratepayers to vote on proposed rate increases, NID will enact them unless 50% plus one of the ratepayers submit a formal letter of protest, by thus subjugating the intent of Proposition 218. The votes will be determined in the negative, thereby suppressing the public's voice and will. Now, this editorial board got this wrong, because it's actually Proposition 218 itself that subjects the intent of the voters who should be able to make this decision. So, that's one thing. Then, I guess I'll call us the Dirty Dozen. We were all over the community getting these cards signed. And if anyone hasn't filed your protest yet, there's a couple stacks of them over there. Please do it now. And I'm going to tell a little story about these postcards. I was out yesterday, last minute, because I had a whole stack left, and I thought, got to get these signed. So I went out, and a woman in a little yellow Volkswagen with a State of Jefferson decal on her door asked me what I was doing. And I told her, and she said, oh, please, please, let me do it. I've had it on my dining room table, and I've been meaning to. I would never have gotten it in on time. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I heard that all over the community, thanking the Dirty Dozen for being out there with these, because people did not feel enfranchised enough with NID's process. So, that's that. Now, there's a public perception that the budget, NID budget, is a shell game. And as much as you say there's this bucket and there's that bucket, and we can't raid buckets to fill a bucket that's lacking, the public doesn't see it that way. So we have the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. We have the shell game with the cups and money and all these buckets. And we also have pennies from heaven, which is what's being used to fund Centennial Dam. So we have an albatross around our necks, which is the $1.2 plus billion thing for Centennial Dam, which many, many people are objecting to, and which is, although you say it's not, contributing to our water rates going up. And one last point, we have 3 new board members who were not part of the preliminary work on this water rates decision. And so that, to me, is a great reason for a postponement, to allow those voices to be heard. And what I've heard of those voices so far is, let's step back. Let's take some time to see where we can cut so that we're not throwing this increase on people who can't afford it. It's our money, it's our water, and we would like you to be better stewards of both. Thank you.
And the reason we're here today and not 3 months ago is because I advocated that the new board members should be a part of this process. We don't normally do this in the spring. We usually do it last fall, but it seemed unfair to the new directors. Just, you're there,
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
but there was also the reason we're here today
Yes.
is it has been delayed.
Thank you for that, but I would also
Well, no,
like
why
them.
not? I mean, I agree with your point, but. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like them to come in on the beginning of the process.
Well, the other directors were here, and I can't always put people right on.
My name is Phil Damask. I'm from Lake Wildwood, and I'll start out with following up on number 5's comments about the shell game. The very first thing you see in this thing is, why do we have to increase our water rates? And you say that the customers are only paying 68% of the cost. That is a trick, because we all know that our NID Power is paying a huge amount of the cost of our water, and it's going to continue to pay that. So why tell the customers that we're in such dire straits that we got to have this huge rate increase? Not fair. Okay, moving on, since I followed up with what she had. We are looking at here today basically an oversight body. Like if you were a utility like PG&E, you would have to go in front of the California Public Utilities Commission to propose any kind of rate increase. Well, the first stop in an NID type organization is the knowledge and the expertise of the board members to strike a reasonable balance between costs and rates and programs that you have on board. So it went first to you people to exercise your judgment as to how much we can afford to increase these rates in our service area. So much for the knowledge of the board. And I want to follow up on a couple other items. Laura Peters, in the last meeting that I was at, first meeting I tried to learn about NID, said, why don't we go back and really look at what we've got in these proposals? What's our capital program? What's our operating costs? How can we save? So I'm standing out here in the front this morning waiting in line. It's bright sunshine out. And what do I see? I see some beautiful LED parking lot lights. That's a good thing. They're LEDs, but they're on. So nobody around here is going around and changing the time clocks to shut those darn things off so you can save some energy. So that's a cost saving, and I'll bet you there's many more things that you could do to save costs. And I wish that Ricky Heck and Laura Peters would really delve in and push people on what are we spending all this money on. I see a lot of capital improvement programs which are nice, reliability oriented, that maybe need to be strung out over a longer period of time so that you can adjust these rates more slowly. The Centennial Dam. The first time I looked at this project, I thought to myself, boy, this looks like a contractor who's been developing 6-unit subdivisions and has all of a sudden decided to take on a 500-unit subdivision. Anybody in his right mind in a bonding agency would look at what is the financial capability, what's the risk of taking on a project like this in the state of California in particular with all our environmental requirements. Why don't we have partners? Trying to spend we've already spent something like $13 million on this project, which would have gone a long way to increasing that capital reserve if we hadn't spent it on the project. So I don't know why we don't get somebody, if we really want that project, get other people to pony up their money up front. Don't let us sit here and spend all our money and have it go down the drain and then not owe anything. I mean, they might want to buy the water from us in the early years, but if they're not at risk, they're in a great position. We're in a terrible position here. Too much risk. In my letter that I sent in, I said, why don't you think about just a 6% rate increase this year until you really go back and study how you can reduce the cost of providing this service out into the future, which would be the rate increase would be sort of similar to the raw water increase, would be for the same thing for the treated water increase. We do have a good water year, that's a plus. And I don't know if we can sell any to Southern California or not. Everybody's getting drowned with water right now. But I think you ought to think about just an interim increase until you can study further how you can look at these capital projects that you've got underway here and really look at what makes sense for our customers. You really represent the customers of this district, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cornelia Stam from the Lake of the Pines. I know that, appreciate the work that you do. It's sometimes not very, you don't get too many kudos and thank yous, but thank you for spending your time doing this. But I just have some very simple math, basically. I know that 5 years ago there was a rate increase, which increased the bill 30% over that year. So it's about 6% a year that it was increased. Now, and a rate study was done to determine that. Now we have another rate study done. And now I calculated my bill for the usage I used last year, and then projecting it 5 years from now, it'll be 50%, exactly 50% over what I paid last year. So 30% 5 years ago, 50% the next 5 years, how many percent the next 5 years after that? So I think you have to really look objectively at the rate studies that are performed. You can't really compare yourself to other water districts. Our water doesn't cost anything. It flows down the mountain. It comes down from God, basically. Whereas, Bay Area people, they've got to buy the water from somebody else because they don't have it. So I'd say, yeah, I ask you to please reconsider, even though it may not be 12,000 votes that you get. And I think there's a lot of people that are just discouraged from even saying, well, nothing's going to happen. I'm not going to, so it's hard for even people to get up and do that kind of an activity. And I hope that there will be 12,000 votes coming in, but even if it doesn't, I think it's up to the board to determine what's right. And so I trust your judgment. Thank you.
I'm Steve Pettit. I'm a ratepayer from North Auburn. I'd like to protest the rate increase. NID has relentlessly pursued the ill-conceived Centennial Project and spent precious resources and funds on this folly. This money could have been spent to reduce or eliminate the need for this proposed rate increase. I demand NID stop Centennial spending now and do a full accounting and accurate accounting of all the funds that have been spent on this useless project, and then project how these funds could have reduced, mitigated, or eliminated this proposed rate increase. I'd like to further comment about the presentation. As the previous gentleman noted, there's $34 million of revenue from hydro that's being applied to the rate. I think it was presented as a negative, and to my way of thinking, this is right. This is what you should do. And why not put more money? Why not put more of the revenue from hydro into the rates? And also, I was a logic major in college, and the way this reads, people who mail their ballot today should have that counted, because the way this reads, it should be counted. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm Joe Wellhoff of Rough and Ready, California, and things are getting kind of rough, and it looks like we're already here. Remember when the telephone company was the only company, Pac Bell, and it would cost you $1, $2 a minute to call New York? Do you remember that? I think most of us are old enough to remember how much it used to call. A lot of us wouldn't call our family, friends, because it cost way too much money to make a long-distance phone call. Well, they had a monopoly, so they could charge whatever they wanted, or you just wouldn't be able to make your phone calls. And then it got competitive, and people were allowed to come in and use the telephone lines and make it competitive. Look, I can call New York today 20, 30 times. It doesn't cost me one more nickel than it would if I didn't. So because we only have one NID and we don't have other competitors, then we're subject to the mercy of the board and what they do. The voting process. What would happen today if we flipped it around. And we had to have 12,530 yes votes to make this go through. What would happen? Guess what? It would be totally different, and it wouldn't go through. So it's kind of, the way it's set up with Prop 218, it's a slam dunk for you folks. There is no way, and today will prove it, there's no way you're going to get 12,530 votes today. In fact, if you get 2,000 or 3,000, it'll be amazing, because the last 5 years, I've heard rumors of 500. A friend of mine said it wasn't even that. So it's a slam dunk.
120.
And, pardon me?
120 is the highest number of protests we've had in the last 20 years.
So there you go.
Any given year.
And why is that? Yeah. So, in the spirit, this is not Los Angeles. This is not San Francisco. This is Nevada County. Look at these pictures. People, I can't tell you how many people I run into. Well, we came up from Sunnyvale. We came up from Palo Alto to get away from what? And because we want to live in a beautiful country, and we want to have things different than the way they were. So I petition you to have the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law. Can you imagine if you were at a traffic light and the light was turning yellow, and you avoided an accident by going through it because something else was happening, and the police officer wanted to get you? Well, you ran the red light. Well, yeah, but officer, I avoided a terrible accident. Well, I'm sorry, the letter of the law says. So we need to reconsider that the spirit of the law of getting this vote in the correct manner. There was nothing, most people, I had to write a letter. I hate writing letters. But I wrote one, and I wrote one to you because of my obviously feelings against this rate increase again. And I think we should reconsider this and do a mailer and have a yes vote or no vote. Now, again, that's aside from Prop 218, but do we want to do this in the spirit of the law or the letter of the law to get our way? So this 5-year plan in 2014 will be another 5-year plan. In 2019 will be another 5-year plan. It's going to go on forever, because when you get used to having certain money coming in, it's pretty hard to change unless you do some drastic changes. So please, again, reconsider the proper way for our county, our beautiful county, to vote properly, so we can really have the voice, the proper voice of the public for this increase. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to present comments today. I'm Bob Brandstrom. I live in Grass Valley, and I'm an NID treated water customer in North Auburn. I'm not here to argue that NID shouldn't raise rates. I'm here to tell you that the way you are doing it is unfair to some customers and also sets bad policy for effective water use. The rate setting process involves many key decisions, but 2 of them stand out as most critical. First, on the cost side, because you have 2 groups of customers, raw water and treated water customers, you have to allocate costs between them. The way you have chosen to do this is to allocate costs based on the number of accounts receiving each type of water. This is purely arbitrary. 75% of customers receive treated water, so you're assigning 75% of costs to treated water customers. But your raw water customers use 80% of the water. An equally arbitrary and arguably better cost allocation approach would be to allocate 80% of costs to raw water users, with an adjustment for the higher costs of treating and distributing treated water. And this gets to the crux of the problem. Prop 18 does not allow you to charge customers more than the cost of water you supply them. Without a cost study that defines or identifies the costs of treated water versus raw water, your approach is arbitrary and risks charging customers, one group of customers, more than than the cost of actually providing them the service, in violation of Prop 218. The bottom line is I think you need to start over and do a good cost study that identifies the raw water versus treated water costs. The second big decision involved is whether your rates emphasize a base rate per household where everyone pays the same rate regardless of usage, or whether you will emphasize the volume rate where people are charged based on how much water they actually use. This rate proposal emphasizes fixed base rates by assigning the bulk of the rate increases to fixed rates. This is certainly good for NID because it provides a more stable revenue stream. However, this is bad for your customers. Customers want and need a way to respond to rising costs. The only way for them to do that is to use less water. That is, to conserve water. And this is the heart of the issue. By making the marginal cost of actually using water a smaller part of the price customers pay, you are discouraging conservation, something you should be encouraging. Proposing a rate structure that is good for NID but bad for your customers and bad for conservation gives the appearance of arrogance. It also raises the question of whether NID is proposing this rate structure as a way to discourage conservation in order to prove that conservation doesn't work as a viable mechanism for addressing your concerns about declining snowpack. If conservation doesn't work, then you will need to build a dam. I personally do not buy this. My recommendation is to go the other way. Shift costs towards the amount of water used by making bigger increases on volume rates, not base rates. Let me close by pointing out that both of these decisions disproportionately affect treated water customers. By allocating costs based on number of households, those who use the least water are hit hardest. That is your treated water customers. And by raising base rates significantly more than volume rates, you are making a second hit on the treated water customers. This is simply unfair. And finally, I'd like to address a comment made by the consultant earlier, in which, to paraphrase, he basically said that it's appropriate to base or to fund fixed costs from base rates. And I disagree with that. There is no unregulated business in this country that does not cover its fixed costs out of the cost of the goods sold. You could, if you chose, make 100% of your rates based on volume. I'm not suggesting that, but by shifting towards a reduction in volume rates, then you're encouraging more fixed costs, and that is a very unbusinesslike way to run the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, board and staff. Brad Fowler, Nevada County Farm Bureau. Just briefly, I'm looking around. I believe that this rate increase will affect me personally and my family more than anybody else in this room. It will be a significant impact to my business budget. And I just wanted to put that out there. We mentioned a couple times about...
As a raw water
Yes,
person.
as a raw water user, yes, sir. We've spoken a couple times about hydro subsidy. I just want to point out and remind, and you all know this, that the hydro was put in place with the promise to the taxpayers. The taxpayers bonded the hydro project in the 60s when they did the Yuba Bear project on the promise that it would forever subsidize our raw water rates, or excuse me, just our water rates in the district. So that is still an appropriate use of the funds, and it reflects that in the budget, and I appreciate that. Just want to remember that that's why hydro exists. That's why we have hydro, is to subsidize our water rates. So that is an appropriate use. My biggest concern today is your proposed drought rate. In the state of a drought, in the conditions of a drought, agricultural producers are already suffering a pretty significant hardship that's when we are most reliant on NID's water. And then to get an additional 30 to 40% increase on top of the lack of available rainwater can be catastrophic to an agricultural operation. I don't have an answer on that. I apologize for that, but I am very concerned when I see that proposed drought rate.
I've been noodling on an idea that we could do under this program still, and that is have a forgiveness to Schedule F farmers. So I'm kind of speaking to the board here if we get to this point later today. So if you're Schedule F, and then we already assemble a drought board made up basically of the farmers, said person with not that having the Schedule F, it filters you so that you can only go if you're Schedule F, and then you got to go and have the farmers say that you truly are a producer, and we could do forgiveness for those.
I just appreciate the consideration that
I don't need it with my
kids
one miner's
already
in.
wear secondhand shoes,
No, I'm sorry.
so I can't afford to have an additional impact in a drought year.
But a lot of people can.
We were instructed not to talk to him.
Oh,
so I have two other things. As far as if water's going to cost me more, I would appreciate it if this agency could somehow fund a mechanism or help with funding of improvements. There are improvements available through the EQIP program, through NRCS. So there's USDA programs to improve efficiencies of irrigation, for example, infrastructure in agriculture. If NID could kind of bankroll those and cover the short-term costs until farmers could get paid back, I think that would be a great opportunity to allow farmers to be more efficient in the use of their water. And my final point is, in my business, I don't have the opportunity to arbitrarily raise rates because my expenses went up. So what I'm getting at is I have to find additional revenue sources using my existing infrastructure, right? So we're ranchers, so we figure out another market or another way to make a couple bucks with what we already have. This district already sells water outside of district in surplus years. And I think it would be appropriate if the district sold water on the free market in surplus years and set that aside for a drought contingency or something to that effect. But if we're already selling water, why don't we sell it on the free market and use that water to subsidize our district rates? Thank you very much.
And if we had a reservoir,
Stop. And we're not going to get into that. And just an aside, I'm disappointed in the conduct. I'm disappointed and embarrassed in the conduct of the public at this meeting. This is not how you behave at a public meeting. Show some decorum, please. Just keep your mouth shut and let people speak. And I appreciate that, but let's all be respectful of everybody, and that's all. And to some extent to the board also.
Shirley Osgood, Grass Valley. I just want to take a second to express gratitude that we have water we can drink here. There are young babies and children throughout the world who have no clean water, who are dying, and I am grateful for that. I had a question of Greg. Our consultant, Greg, was showing a slide, I believe, about the 10 community members that were on the committee that agreed to this plan to raise the rates. I've been huffing it on the sidewalk in my neighborhood. I believe I met about 5 people who did not want to sign, who worked for NID or had a relative who worked for NID. I met one woman who only spoke Chinese and waved me off, and one man who said, "I'm good." Okay, where you would find 10 NID community members who would say yes to this plan, I have no idea. Because I've talked to hundreds of people, and what I told Jay is what I got. Also, I want to point out that the average income, the median income in Grass Valley
as of 2017 was between $33,000 and $35,000. And the percent of poverty in Grass Valley was 26%. This is the people we're serving. Admittedly, this was a city, but I don't have incorporated numbers here. I also do want to, this is kind of in conflict with what Bob Branstrom said. Some of us have taken in family members. We are using more water. I have taken in my grandchildren, my daughter, my son-in-law, and my sister, and another homeless person. We are going to use more water. Somehow, if you can figure out how many people live in a home, I don't think you can just across the board increase the rates for people because of usage. I'm not watering my grass. It's green right now, but it will shortly be brown. Okay, I also wanted to just say, I want to stand up again for the people in this community who are living in a fixed income. When I was walking around my neighborhood, I met a woman who is living on 2 meals a day that are delivered from Meals on Wheels. That's her food. There are people here who do not have any flexibility. As I pointed out earlier, I got a 2% raise on my Social Security. That's $24 a month, a year. Okay? There are others in the community, that's all they have to live on. Also, I talked to people when I was out there who talked about, well, their kids are moving away. They can't afford to live here. And I believe that this water increase, along with PG&E, people losing their insurance for their homes, is contributing to an out-migration and a gentrification of our community. People are coming up from the Bay Area buying these expensive homes. Mine's gone probably doubled since I bought it in 2010. I could go to Utah probably and get a home that I could pay for if I sold my house. I like living here, and a lot of other people do too that were born and raised here and want to stay. And I believe that's all I'm going to say for now. Thank you.
You may have already taken your token, young lady. Okay. We'll let the crowd answer that one.
Well, Pamela Osgood, true, on Grass Valley, true, she took me in, but I do pay her.
And you were trying to reel her in earlier.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that there's something that I really don't understand. If you're really trying to save money, why you're going to to billing every month, because that cost is going to cost twice as much to send out bills as it does every other month. Now, maybe you think that the public is stupid enough to think that they're paying less for water. But one thing that you could do is give a time extension to pay it, which would give people the same amount of time that they would pay a month bill every 2 months, and that could save NID some money. Also, it's very disconcerting to me that we still see, of course, right now it's the wonderful God-given rain that we have, that why it's green, but that people are still. I would like to have green lawns, and I would like to see those people pay an increase accordingly. If they want to have huge green lawns, those are not the people that are included in Shirley's $33,000 a year income. Certainly not. But they should pay more. And the golf courses too, if they want to have it. And why the dead people in the graveyards need to have green grass, I don't know. But I think if the owners of the graveyards want to keep it green, they should be paying more. Also, I agree that the number of people in the household, we've not only taken in family, but someone else who has no place to live. And I know that probably there are lots of you who've taken your children back in, or you've taken sisters or brothers or whatever back in. And there are more people in the household. And even though we try to conserve on showers and everything, it's still water. And for people who, of course, farmers are growing food for everybody, but a lot of us are growing food in our smaller areas for ourselves to eat. And we do need that water. That has to be taken into account, and not the green growing lawns. Okay. Okay, I think I didn't understand the way the whole thing of the 51% thing. It's very undemocratic, to say the least, how it was figured 50% plus one person. It's extremely undemocratic. But, and it's undemocratic that people who live in mobile homes do not get counted as human beings. Because they are human beings, they need to drink water. Their pets need to drink water too, and they pay to the owner of the mobile home park, who pays NID. Those people should be counted as human beings who use water at the NID. And if there's anything that can be done to change that, where they have a voice, because I didn't go to the parks, but I just met people around town who were so angry that they didn't count, even though they paid for water every month. And I'm sorry I spoke out of line there. I ask you, and I also appreciate, I was thinking as I was standing in line there how grateful I am, to turn on the faucet and have water. It's really great. And the water that we don't, if we're boiling something, and I save that water and let it cool down and put it on my plants. I mean, I think a lot of people do that. We do the best we can to conserve water, and I understand that there's across the board cost, whether people are conserving or not, and you have to pay your employees. I understand that. I'm wondering if there is some way that well, of course, I agree that money's being wasted already. Ever how many millions? Somewhere between $14 and $16 million have been spent already on a dam which does not have approval yet. And I really don't understand how that could work, that you could spend that kind of taxpayers' money. Also, you do get money from the hydro, but you also get money from people who pay taxes in our county. NID gets money from that too. So people are paying sort of twice, you could say, for this. I recognize that working people at NID, not everybody is getting, what the manager gets here, more than the governor of California. I realize that the working people need a raise, and they get it in their contracts, I'm sure, because you have union. So I recognize that there has to be some kind of raise in our rates, and I also recognize that people who are falling in this poverty level, which seems to be a large percentage, need to get extremely low rates. Water, in my opinion, should actually be free. You don't make it. Nobody makes water. So anyway, I asked you to take a moral decision today, not just a legal one, but a moral decision. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to us today. My name's Tara Watson. My family's been here for 5 generations. We've been on the Forest Springs Canal since 1963. This is a hardship, this raise, this hike. I'm retired, Social Security, get $700 a month. I have 5 acres. I get water all year long. I just realized that I'm paying out-of-district rates for the winter and in-district in the summer, which I don't understand that. So you're kind of gouging me there. In the winter, I have my water turned off.
Where's the forest? I don't know that canal. Is it?
I'm sorry?
You said your canal was the Forest Springs or something?
Yes.
Where's that one?
It's off of Sky Pines Road near Alta Sierra.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
I lost my train of thought. Anyway, this increase is if I did not get a tax refund, I would not be able to pay my water. You charge me more for my water than I pay for my property taxes. I get 3 minor inches in the summer, ½ inch all year long off of the canal for my house usage. I raise livestock. In the winter, you turn me off for 10 days for supposedly maintenance. I have to scourge around trying to get water for my livestock. So I'm not getting, those 10 days, I'm not getting what I'm paying for. And also, if we do have this increase, I don't think that it should be retroactive. I think maybe it should be worked out to maybe start the 1st of January, so that at least the people, I mean, I'm not the only one it's the hardship. It's everybody in this room. That's why they're here. It would give us a chance to kind of reevaluate our expenses, our home expenses. You as NID have always and always will run in the black. We can't say that. We have our expenses too, and this is a big one. If you're going to charge it, that's something that we're going to have to try to budget for, and it's hard. I mean, this community has always been low income, senior community. Unless you work for NID, the county, or some other government agency, you're not making a whole lot of money. You barely get by. So I and everyone else in here would really appreciate the reconsideration of an increase at this point, and try to figure out where you guys can cut costs. And it would help everybody. And I thank you very much for listening to us.
I'm handing out some materials that will be relevant to what I'm going to talk about. But I have only 30 copies, so if you can share, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
I actually went back and looked at that.
So I'm Nancy Weber. I served on the board for 20 years. I served on 2 previous Proposition 218 rate increases, and I served on the rates committee this year. In 2008, this relates to the materials I handed out, we did a true cost of service study. We hired consultants who looked at the canals and how they were used, looked at peak flows, looked at every aspect. This is a template or a model that could have been used in the subsequent years, in the last 2 rate increases under Proposition 218. I found these in the archives as I'm cleaning out. I didn't have them available to me when I was on the rates committee this year. The cost of service study allocated, not in an arbitrary way, but allocated the costs for treated water to 63.5%, to raw water 36.5%. And that is a true cost of service. I am sympathetic to agriculture and realize that it costs more in the business sense for an agricultural person to have a large rate increase than it does for somebody to have an increased bill of, say, $3 a month. And I want to protect agriculture. So I'm not recommending that we go to the true 63, 36%, but there has to be a better allocation. Another item. As part of the rates committee, we spent almost every meeting trying to find out what agriculture could tolerate for a rate increase. Only at the very end did we get a model, which was up on the screen, that indicated it would be a 45% increase in base rate. On the rates committee were people appointed by board members, one treated water customer, one raw water customer. Except that only 2 treated water customers regularly attended. A third one, after the first meeting or so, decided that this was not something that he felt comfortable with, and he didn't come back. So there were 2 representatives for treated water. One was John Norton, Mr. Wilcox's representative, and Mike Forga, mine. So in no way is it true that a consensus was reached for what is being presented to you today. It is not the case. I guess I'll just leave that there. If you really want to work on treated water rates, then you need to start over in some fashion, do a modification. But the one thing that we kept hearing over and over from people, and these were agricultural people as well, if you need to do a rate increase, span it over the 5 years, don't hit us hard in the beginning. But what you have is hitting treated water people hard in the beginning. And it's going to be unbearable. Kind of a rule of thumb when you're a politician is that you don't do something that aggravates the hell out of people. And so I saw El Dorado Irrigation District reseated just about all their board members, and all of a sudden some of the prime consultants weren't there anymore. This is folly to think that you can raise that rate without even cutting costs, which takes me to the next topic. You do have options. You have money that is not restricted, tax money, hydro money, and you can do what you could responsibly do with it, not just restricted by law. So here is something I do immediately, a series of things. Absolutely cut that budget. The budget is crippling. I had no idea we were in such financial place when I was on the board, and I didn't leave until December. So an awareness by the board members of what goes on in the budget, of holding the budget to as close as possible to the actual amounts budgeted, and monitoring that aggressively, needs to be part of a new NID. You can take more tax money. You can take more hydro money. These are options you have that a lot of low-income people don't have, or ag people don't have. You can freeze hiring. We did that in 2009. We cut the budget, and we froze hiring. We did that in January. We didn't wait until April. Long term, there are some ways that you can gain income. You can sell water out of district. Thank you, Brad Fowler. For years, this has been a discussion. We could have brought in easily $1 million a year when I was first on the board, and board members did not want to do that because they were afraid of losing their water rights. There are ways that can be done by not guaranteeing potable water to people for consumption. That can be done. So I don't know whether that's a possibility this year, but maybe some of these things are long-term and you could do it later. There are a group of excess NID properties that were bought for $1 for tax defaulted properties. They are scattered throughout the county. They could be sold. Too bad to sell them in a down real estate market, but we've talked about this for 10 years and we still haven't done it. There are some creative ways that I think of, and I feel kind of, gee, I'd like to do that. I'd like to have an opportunity to do that, but I'm very happy to be retired. I think I am retired. I would think getting storage on private land is really important. It could take care of the first year of drought. The EQIP program, which Brad mentioned, is a big part of helping that happen. And you know, if that storage is on private land, the chance of the state coming and curtailing the use of that water is almost nil. So let's think about that. Some of the storage for treated water is there for fire flow. So the treated water people are subsidizing the fire prevention activity. Is there any money in fire suppression, fire prevention that would help subsidize that so that it wouldn't have to come out of the rates? And for the ag people, what is the benefit for groundwater recharge from all those irrigated acres and for fire prevention? So I think in order to get rates reasonable for the users, it's going to depend on using some of these ideas and searching outside the model that we're using now and find a broader way to fund it. I thank you for your time.
My name is Don Conan. Been getting NID water, I guess, for about 42 years now. One thing I'd like to say is, in the public meetings I've been to, the board or the presenters talked about policy. Well, it's the policy, so we have to do it. Well, I spent 20 years on the board of directors of Western Valley Credit Union. I didn't have anything to do with the business. The job of being a director was to set policy. So you have the ability to change the policy, so it's not something we're locked into. You also have the ability to accept this rate as it is or to reduce it. I think you're way ahead of where we should be. How can you set this rate without having a low income rate? You talk about doing that in the future and setting money aside, but basically there's no plan for that. So I would wonder how can you set a rate when you really don't know what your costs are going to be if you are able to set up that program. Another thing is, because I've had to deal with the California Water Resources Board, I'm wondering, as I understand, NID has 35 pre-1914 water rights. Now, I would hate to think that the board would allow the state of California to force us to release water that actually belongs to us, and especially in drought years. I understand that you could sell water, but the idea of letting the California Water Resources Control Board set standards for us, especially when we have a right to the water, which means you own it exclusively. I'd just like the board to stand up against those people. Other water districts have done it. It's cost them legally, but it's doable. So just like to end it there. Thank you for all your hard work, and I don't envy your position either.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joy Waite, I'm Grass Valley, and first I'm going to be speaking for Bob Gore. He asked me to speak for him, and then I'm going to speak for myself. He had to take his wife to an appointment who's legally blind. He was appointed to the tax rate committee by John Drew, and he told me that there were 10 people that were part of that, and that he did not have a vote on the water rates as part of that committee, and that there was no vote taken. He also asked me to say that he would like to second everything that Nancy presented, because they were both on the water rates board, and he had to tell me quickly what he wanted me to say, and I didn't have anything to write on, so it had to be brief, and so he wants to second what Nancy has to say. So, and then for myself, in the presentation that we had earlier, it was interesting that we didn't have new customer projections in there, because that's something that NID is pushing for new customers. We heard about that the last meeting, about creating new service areas. And so we don't really know what the cost of providing services are to new customers and what the new customer projections are. Also, I can't wrap my head around how the spending for the Centennial proposal would not be part of this, when we're talking about reserves, and an excess of reserves really stimulated the idea of having this Centennial Dam proposal. And a lot of money has been spent on that, which I also agree could have prevented this rate increase being proposed. And it's hard for the community to listen to all the money that gets thrown around for the Centennial, for the acquisition of properties, which there are more properties being proposed to be acquired, and then to also ask the community to pay higher rates. I also want to recommend that people read this book called Lifelines, The Case for River Conservation. Very good book by Tim Palmer. And also to encourage NID to support people attending the Localizing California Waters Conference in November, because we really don't have too many more locations where a dam can be placed. If this one gets placed, then where would the next one be placed? I think we need to start thinking about other ways to live on the planet that does not require destroying the planet. And a lot of those ideas come through the Localizing California Waters Conference, and they also have a website, so anyone here could be looking at those ways of dealing with our water needs. And I also just want to point out that, you know, we're being asked to pay higher water rates, and yet we contribute to subsidized industrial agriculture water rates throughout the state, and I don't think that's fair. Thank you.
Mary Ann Frank, and I am a treated water user in the North Auburn area, and I thank the board and all of you folks and the public that have sat here through this, listening to all of us, and I shall try to stay within my 3 minutes. And the farmers, I was raised on a ranch in Montana. We did not experience the problem that you have. We had lots of rivers, but I appreciate your effort. Number one, if you have a phone, the phones were mentioned here. The price of the phone, if it got too high, or even it gets too high now, you can go to a different server. If your electricity gets too high, you can put on solar, if you can afford it, but there is an option. If your water gets high, there is no place else you can go. You have to have water. That's the one thing that we have to have, and you as a board control the water that we get. And I have a lawn, I like to have my lawn green, but with an increase in price, I don't think the lawn will be green. I thank you again, and, oh, one more thing. If there had been a ballot in that letter, I have to admit that I'm one of the stupid ones that never reads the whole thing. But had there been a ballot in that letter, I would have gotten it back. Didn't really know until yesterday that we could vote. Thank you.
Nicole Ragland, Nevada City. I'd like to third what Nancy said, but I always agree with Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. And I would also like the room to know that Brad Fowler that spoke earlier, he's integral in our community in fire abatement. And so I don't want to see his rates double. That would be, or go up 38%. And I am against the rate increase. I think everyone here knows that. But I'm here asking you today to respect the process. I've called and asked questions to customer service about how these votes were going to be counted for people in the community who were unclear. I'm asking you to count any postmarked letters and letters placed in the Placer County drop boxes that are there today. Once one of your employees picks up the letters from that box, they're an agent of this organization, and those letters should be counted. I was told that if somebody put a letter in there on Monday, it may or may not be counted today. The other thing I would like to add is that your loose interpretation of Prop 218, and it is your interpretation of Prop 218, does not allow for a fair representation for your constituents. In 2011, the Carpinteria Valley Water District allowed for postmarked votes to be counted if the postmark was before the meeting closed on the hearing date. Their verbiage stated, if mailed, the written protest must be postmarked prior to the close of the public hearing on May 25th, 2011. Counting these postmarked votes would be an act of good faith, showing us that you truly are attempting to have our best interests. Not counting those votes would show us your true intentions, your intention to railroad us into accepting what you're serving us despite our voices saying otherwise. I will also say that you have emails that were sent to customer service, because I've sent emails to the board that have gone unanswered. So I ask that people who wanted to see postmarked votes counted send an email to customer service. So those emails are there. Proposition 218 also gives us a little leeway, just so everyone knows. I don't really like the word hope. Hope kind of leads you to disappointment, but I'm going to be hopeful this time. Because if the board votes to move forward with this 5-year rate increase, we'll have plenty of time to collect 5% of the ratepayers' signatures to start a ballot initiative. And we can get this on the ballot to recall this rate hike. And so that's within our power, if I'm reading that correctly. I got a nod from the lawyer, so. I would also like to add that this rate increase is not done in a vacuum. So many members in our community are seeing everything go up. And this rate increase is going to increase the cost of our foods. It's going to increase the rate of all of us to manage our properties, because we don't want to see brown fields for miles and miles and miles, because we know that's not safe come probably July this year, maybe even June. And many people are afraid of the fire danger. Just this last weekend we had 2 burn piles that went out of control, and I'm guessing that's people who thought that they should burn to mitigate a potential fire danger, but they aren't aware on how to do it properly. So we're going to have a lot of novices out there trying to start their burn piles, and that's not what we want. But again, this isn't in a vacuum. This actually impacts every aspect of our lives. And those of us that are comfortable, and I'm not one of them, Brad, I don't have new shoes. I wear flip-flops everywhere I go, so you're ahead of the game on that one. But this is going to impact all of us, and you'll see it negatively impact the community that you live in. Thank you.
Afternoon, Board. Mark Johnson again, Grass Valley. I would like to remind you that you are all public servants paid by our dollars. Every one of you paid from our dollars. On one of the graphs, I noticed that you have a $24 million salary and pension and benefit outlay, yet you only have a $10 million operating costs. That seems to point at extremely exorbitant salaries at the higher positions. I think every one of you are paid way too much. You don't work for the Metropolitan District of Water. You work for a small community-based public entity that is governed by the people, paid for by the people. This increase that you propose is a heck of a lot more than a lot of these people receive. These people that may be here on a fixed wage, fixed income, then their cost of living increase. This money is going to take any cost of living increase that the government granted people on Social Security disability, whatever, Social Security unemployment, whatever, has rightfully gained. You propose taking every penny of it.
Please address the board.
I'm addressing everybody, Mr. Wilcox, including yourself.
Yeah.
Right
here. That's all right. Got his attention.
What, Miller. I'm sorry, Mr. Wilcox. Let blame go where blame goes. I'd see probably 0 people in this room that are making the salaries of any one of these people here. 0 people. Yet, they advocate raising our prices, raising our rates. To these people, this rate raise is a proverbial drop in the bucket. They can afford it. I know of a certain general manager who just received a very gracious raise. I would imagine other people on this board have received gracious raises also. To take my cost of living improvement to further your interest and to pad your wallet is completely unacceptable. And I believe that anybody that advocates for raising my rate and putting me deeper in poverty should be removed. If you intend to raise my rates, you should take a rate decrease. The 2 most esteemed members of this board asked for an audit. They were refuted. If we have no audit, we don't know where we can cut costs. I would suggest that we cut costs in high-priced lawyers, overpriced managers, and suits that do not deserve the amount of money that they are making. This is a small entity. Let's start at the top. Cut it. Do not put me in poverty, because if you put me in poverty, you will not have a job. We will vote you out. Thank you.
My name is Larry Ellard. I live in Lake Wildwood. I bought part of the Vote Ranch. So Martin Vote, the grandson of the original owner, is my neighbor. And he's going on vacation. I watch his animals for him. So I use treated water and raw water, both. So it affects me 2 ways. I teach Dave Ramsey at work, so you need to have a reserve. I don't know if you need 50%, 25%, but you do need a reserve. The bi-monthly thing, maybe that's nicer. I don't know if you're going to save money. I really don't. Your rate increase was, you needed 9% more. You're going up 87% on treated water, and you're going 32% on raw water over the 5-year period. Okay, that hurts the farmers. Since I use some, I use my raw water I have some fruit trees, an old farmhouse, and I allow interfaith food ministry ladies to grow vegetables for the homeless on my property. And I pay for the water for them, and I give them the land. So my treated water, I built a new house. I sold my log home, built a new house, and so I had to put treated water there. And the state says that's fine. But I have a well, but I can't use it. So I had to that. The thing about, I don't understand a drought conservation schedule. It says if we have less water, we're going to charge everybody more. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. So what I'm saying is that I think the whole thing, I remember what Phil said. It was great if the board would take a small increase, vote no, and say, let's look at this, let's get an order, let's do more. We need to get our ducks in the line, because I don't think you're there yet. I think you really need to take another look. And I think legally, we're picking up what we're doing. We should take the broad approach, that the whole thing should be looked at and send out something. And tell people there needs to be a small increase, but we're really doing our due diligence in investigating. Anyway, thank you very much, and thank you for all sitting here and listening to us.
Hello, I'm Alice Root, live in Rough and Ready in Nick Wilcox's area district, and I have supported the new members, directors that were in other areas also, so I appreciate the new directors as well. We've been ratepayers for almost 30 years, and I just have to say I feel so sad that the character of NID seems to have changed a whole lot since when we first arrived. Before, we could talk easily, we could call, we could talk to someone, they were personable, they offered and did gravel our driveway because they were doing some other work on the ditch. And now it's so adversarial. I feel really bad about that. And just as an example, I'm sorry, I get nervous. I asked to talk to his general manager, and I could almost hear an audible gasp on the other end of the line. What, me, a mere ratepayer, asked to speak to the manager? Why? I'm a ratepayer, I should be able to, have communication. So anyway, it seems like in the last 20 years, there have been continual rate increases. I'm getting really, really, really tired of it. Can you pick a budget and stay with it, live with it? And now for this, I know at least in the last 5 years there have been continual increases. And now another 5 years. It's like, no. Can you just live within your budget? Nancy Weber has presented excellent ideas for how to contain costs and all these other ideas. Freeze wages, I say, especially at the top. I mean, managers are probably making way more than the average earner in this county. And talk about this mailing, the 6-page color mailing that came out to all the customers. Now, how much money could have been saved to condense it, refer people to somewhere else they could get information, black and white. I mean, 2-page black and white, double-sided. I mean, can you save money there? Also, going to the monthly billing. Again, how much extra cost is added there? So I just ask that you, if there are new developments to be made, have the developers pay for those. Don't put this huge increase on the ratepayers. And for those of us, like now I'm retired, I'm on a relatively fixed income, and we live within a budget, and we don't keep getting these huge increases in our wages every year. So even if you don't get to the 50% plus one, I'm just asking, put a stop on this, take another look, show more transparency, get more of the public involved. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Patty Wilkins. I'm from Penn Valley, California. I'm on treated water, have been for 40 plus years. I have lived on the same street for 35 plus years. I recognize that costs go up every year. I've gladly been able to budget for my 6% increase every year. I'm a very minimal water user because I'm at the top of Siesta Drive, which has not much more than 15 PSI. Even with the improvements that were done in the water lines, it didn't up my PSI 1 pound. So my biggest problem with the rate increase is obviously the drought portion of it. I already use like a drought person. I don't water anything outside. I can't push a sprinkler around my lawns. So for us to be very conservative in our water use is a given, and to be presented not only with larger fixed rates per month, but then to be, anytime a drought is declared by the state, to be pushed to pay more for my meager amounts of gallons I get a day or through my pipes is, I think, unwarranted and really cruel. I understand that everything is gravity fed in our area, and there's limitations to what can and cannot occur on our street. But at the same time, I disagree with the fact that you should be able to increase our rates 100% over 5 years. I think it's a huge amount to try for anybody to try and absorb. Most of the people who are here today are like me. You're only here because you don't have full-time careers somewhere. You've already done that, been there, done that. And so we're learning to live on what retirement incomes or Social Securities that we get. And we're all trying to budget for the inevitable increases that come for your health insurance, for your home insurance, for taxes and whatever. And I'm perfectly happy with living with a 5 to 6% rate increase each year because I can budget for that in my future. I cannot budget for 45% increase in 1 year. It's not there for most of us. So I appreciate you guys and everything you're doing. I've served on many boards, I still do. And it's just kind of a thankless job, but without you, none of this would eventually get all figured out. Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon, wherever we are, board members. I'm Mikos Fabersoon. I'm here to speak really to the intent of the Prop 218 and this whole process of receiving public input. I live in Nevada City Co-Housing, which formerly known as Broad Street Commons. We're a 34-unit complex. We have about 85 people that live there, and we had a vote on the water rate increase, and it passed. The opposition to the increase passed by consensus, which means that no one in our community objected to it, objected to the vote in opposition to the proposed rate increase. So it was presented as an issue for our community. We are both a customer of NID as well as Nevada City, which is a little unusual. We get our treated water mostly from Nevada City, but we have a high-pressure fire sprinkler system that's provided by NID. So, as some people have talked about, as we know about Prop 218, and the way it's structured and what's provided in the law now is that if there's a sufficient 50% protest lodged of the existing customers, then the protest goes through. Historically, it's clear that that happens very, very seldom, and I think 218 was structured in such a way that that would be the case. What I mean by that is it's very unlikely that with this election or with this vote about the water rate increase that you're going to get anywhere near even a 10% turnout of people expressing their votes very directly about their preference here. The presumption is that everybody's in agreement unless enough of us vote otherwise. So I would be surprised if we get anywhere even like 10% of what we're of the 50 that were expected. But having said that, and because with our vote that we had as an NID customer, we only got one vote, not 85 votes, or we didn't get 34 votes. We just got one vote. Like the mobile home park that was talked about, like the, I guess, Chicago Park, that water district that's there. So I think there's a lot more people out there that have an opinion, and many of them haven't expressed that opinion. And I would encourage you, no matter what the vote count turns out to be, multiply that by 5 or 6 in terms of the protest, and consider that the expression of the public opinion. I think that much more clearly reflects the public interest than a strict going by the letter of the law that's expressed in the proposition and the way that NID has gone about collecting this vote. So thank you.
My name is Sam Oliver. I live in Alta Sierra. There's many things about this rate increase that is stuck in all of our crawls. Just can't digest it. We understand there is a need for maintenance, the upkeep of our water system. But I think the biggest thing, one of the biggest things for me, is the slap on the face we received when we got that letter that due to our conservation, NID was $8 million short in revenue. Well, duh. So you are holding our feet to the fire. We have to conserve. And I don't think there's many people out here that's simply going to turn on their hose and let it run. Our lawns have all turned brown. They're green right now, but they're soon going to be brown. They're going to stay that way because I simply can't afford it. My wife and I have reduced the size of our gardens. We used to supply a large portion of our neighborhood with free vegetables. Sorry, they want vegetables, they're going to have to go buy them someplace because I can't afford to do that anymore. So you've got us between a rock and a hard place that we would like to keep things watered, but we're afraid to because it's going to cost us more. So I think it'd be more prudent to even lower the cost, not penalize us for using the water, and get it in quantity instead of really trying to conserve and being scared that you're going to lose revenue. Well, you didn't lose it. You never had it. You just didn't get it from us. As far as I'm concerned, you're not going to get a penny more. On the other aspect of this whole increase, we've been talking about the dam project. We know where all the money's going. You can't hide that. But I see a lot of waste. I've been out. I know every square inch of that Bear River watershed from below Dog Bar clear to where it starts up past Spalding Lake. I have personally been on probably every square inch of that river. We have one of the best watersheds this state and the whole state. Even in our low years, there's ample water up there. I have boated, I have fished every stream, river in that watershed, and I know for a fact, even in the low water years, we have ample water. So I guess the waste part, I've been around and I've seen your crews out there working, and I still can't figure out, if you got 8 people that show up for a job, why you got 8 vehicles? Why did they all come in separate vehicles? There's a lot of waste. That might seem minute, but you start adding that up. There's a whole lot of waste in this company that could be curtailed. I'm just saying, Kip, you're The operation manager? You kinda oversee all the maintenance around here, right? No? The water manager. Well, somebody's gotta look at that. You just simply say, hey guys, I need 20 people out here on a job, and they all get in 20 different vehicles and go out there to the same job. Well, I've worked in crews that we all packed into 6-packs and all of our equipment into one truck and show up. Not every individual one. And then take the vehicle home at night. Walking around getting signatures for the last 3 weeks, I see NID trucks at residents. I know they live there, so they get to take their vehicle home. That'd be nice. I wish my company would have done that for me when I lived 30 miles away. A lot of waste going on in this company, and I think that should be curtailed. And it would help. I'm just saying. The other part is on a personal note. NID has purchased property for the proposed dam. I, being a prospector, I've been denied access to those places, and I've been hammering Greg over here for months to get written permission in one particular spot. Nope, can't do it, can't do it. Well, you're denying me access to my river that I've been going to since I've been up here 40 years ago. And now I can't go there? Well, there's a such thing as called the Mining District Law of 1878, and you're violating my right. That's a federal law. So think about it. All right, thank you.
Hello, Board. I'm going to follow up after my husband, okay? I want to thank each of you on the board. You have a great job on your hands here, and I'm sure it causes you a lot of consternation daily, in the evening, neighbors that you talk to, everything else, because those of you who just came on board came at a very exciting time. Those of you who have been on the board have been wrangling with all of this budgetary thing and monetary thing for some time. I'm here to thank you for your service. I was on the grand jury and served on that for a year under Judge Dover, and I know the commitment that it takes to be on a panel and to work and collectively and harmoniously, and the time it takes after hours of reading things, city council meetings, and such. So I truly appreciate each one of you and the work that you are doing. I've lived in Altamira for 42 years, and I'm not a pack rat, but I majored in accounting, and I still have my NID water bills from the very first home that I lived in Altamira. And if I look at those bills for 2 months in the winter time, some of them are $9, okay? So yes, I understand rates go up. This year, this past month, I got my water bill, which is a winter bill, no outside watering, and it was 110, however you measure the water, 110 of those per, HCF per day. So it's me and my husband and my daughter. So we did pretty good, I thought. That's the lowest it's gonna be, but it was almost $70, okay? And that's for 1 month. So in the olden days, it was like $9 for 2 months, okay? And at that time, I had 2 teenage daughters and all of their friends and showering and what have you. So, you know, everything has gone up. That's a long, long time ago. But what I'm saying is I've been with NID for a long time. I understand. Mr. Miller, you had mentioned the last protest. You had like approximately 120 protesting. I myself did not protest because at that time, even though it was an expensive raise, 6% per year, which is going to be compounded over a period of 5 years, if I have that correct, I thought, okay, maintenance, you know, we all get it. I got a 2% raise on my Social Security. But what I do is I have to budget. That means I might not go out to the movies, or I cut back somewhere else, just as NID should do, or all of us must do. Okay, so that being said, I agree with some of the people that part of your job is to look at where can we cut some costs, you know, to keep that. That's fair. I'm not here to complain. I'm here to encourage you for the wonderful work that you've done and the hard decision that you have to make. And I believe that each one of you must live in Nevada County to be on the board. Is that a criteria?
Well,
yes?
Class or within the district.
Or, okay, within the district.
multi-county.
Thank you, okay. So, what I'm asking is when you review this, that you consider, I've heard people say low income. Well, I might not hit the threshold of low income, but I'd like to hit some threshold that gives me a break if I don't waste water. So I would like to know if it's been considered, or you would consider, a low usage volumetric base rate, so that if I stay with 110 that per day, that, you know, if I start wasting water and turning the hose on and stuff, that the price goes up, like tiers with PG&E, so that we have a baseline that I can actually pee in my toilet, and after 2 or 3 pees, I can flush it, okay? Because they say, if it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. I have low usage toilets. I'm serious. I have bought a low usage washing machine. I really want to conserve, and I did. I did, and so did my family, and I'm sure a lot of people did. So I'm not here to complain. I'm asking you, touch your hearts. Why is Grass Valley in Nevada County so awesome? It's our community, besides all this beauty. It's our community that we care about one another. We care about our animals, our livestock, our farmers. I go to Briar Patch. I want to support our local growers. John Gates, he's running food out there on those hoofs, and I love his beef. Okay? I want you to think of the greater good. Okay? I don't have anybody to go to say, hey, I need 45% increase on my income. I need more money. So you know what? You send me your votes whether you think I should get it or not, and I'll tally the votes. I'll bet I would get my raise, okay? That's a little facetious, and I don't mean to be facetious, but it's frustrating. And I just want you to think of the quality of life. I just had my house insurance canceled by AAA. I've been with them for 42 years, so I have that additional stress. But we're in a fire problem right now. I want you guys to touch your heart. Mr. Wilcox, Ms. Heck, Mr. Miller, okay, Mr. Beerwagon, and Ms. Peters. And think of our community, and I thank you so much for all the time that you've devoted to this, and all of these fine people here. And I've enjoyed talking to Greg, and to Marvin, and to Greg, and Chip. Thank you so kindly. I appreciate it.
Hello, board, staff, public. My name is Lily Marie Mora, and I'm both a raw water customer because I inherited some ranches, so we have huge water bills, and also a treated water customer because I'm trying to downsize my life. I wanted to thank all of you in attendance today. I started this coming to these board meetings for the first rate hikes, and there was only a couple of us public at those events, and so to see everybody here with such thoughtful comments, and I really appreciate how the evolution of these meetings has gone up, where people are very thoughtfully communicating and listening to each other, and getting us public getting educated, and your patients doing that. I obviously am here to have a no vote on the increase, or at least a decrease. And why I believe that is so important is because, you know, it is being mentioned that we can vote you out, and we can do this, and we can do that. And on all the time I've been coming to all these meetings, I've realized how we need very much, and I can't say this enough, that we need a stable board, and a stable and educated board of directors, and we need a staff that is, I understand people are upset about the pay of the staff, but we need staff that is educated, because this is extremely complicated, and we need people that are able to do those jobs and do those jobs competently. And we need an educated public. All of that needs to happen together. And so if we just knee-jerk vote this one out or get rid of this one or whatever, we'll end up with a destabilized organization, and I don't think that will be good for any of us or our community. Also, I think something that needs to be looked at, and I'll reiterate Mr. Fowler's ideas, we need agriculture help to put in things like pipelines. My brother is Nevada County Free Range Beef, and we put in a pipeline where the water leaks out of the ditch instead of the gopher holes leaking out the ditch. And so we're doing much better. So, but those are very expensive, and so we need help with grant monies or something like that, because that's all that we can do, because we're getting older and we're it. Me, my brother, I'm the maintenance worker, and he's the business runner. And so those kind of things would help. Also, my uncle deceased uncle used to run Robinson Timber, and you notice that there's Robinson Timber gas station, and there's Robinson Timber this and Robinson Timber that. Well, they realized that the trees weren't happening as much, and so they had to move. So I continually say we need to diversify and become a utility company, and I know that's a whole other thing, but we need to have solar panels on this building. We need to have some of our ditch tenders have solar trucks or cars. We need those types of things, or wind. If you've ever tried to paddle one of those paddle boats towards the dam at Scotts Flat Reservoir, the amount of wind that you're bucking to get to that dam, I tell you, is amazing. Also, there on our property, our lower ranch, First Indian Ranch, we have a pipeline that goes down to the ditch that could be one of those small power generators. We could be generating power and making money for you. So again, thank you all for being here. And again, please, slow change, so we don't have some big destabilizing force. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Pamela Ruth, Cedar Ridge.
Good morning.
Treated water. Can't hear me?
Speak up some. Get your face closer to that black thing.
That black thing. And I have my glasses on, too.
There we go.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm here to just say a few things. I have always appreciated your service, and receiving water is very important. But I simply can't afford a 45% increase due in 7 days. I am retired, I'm single, and I live on a fixed income. My income increased by 2.8% this year, the highest since 2011. And so I understand exactly what it takes to run a business. I was an independent contractor here in Nevada County for over 22 years. And so I understand cost of doing business and how it increases is just a fact of life. I'm in agreement with increases that are more reasonable. A 45% increase right off the bat is, I can't afford $54 next week. I just don't have the money. So it would be wonderful if you could reconsider doing some lower percentage increases over a little bit longer period of time. This is a fact of life we all face with all of our bills. So that's all I have to say. I would just like to say in closing, I just urge you to reconsider
what you're asking of us, whether you receive a 50% plus one majority or not, to just do what's fair, equitable, and right for all the consumers of your district. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Maureen Collins. I'm from Penn Valley, and I believe that puts me in your district. Yes.
What's your name again?
Maureen Collins. And I did attend the public meeting here, however long ago that was. Seems forever, but not really. And was struck by the, as other people have used the term, the smoke and mirrors approach that was going on. And I don't know if you all are getting the same information that we got. I assume so. I got my degree at UC Davis, and the first thing our statistics professor said was, in this class you learn how to make numbers lie. And they can tell the truth or they can lie, and it all depends in the presentation and how much knowledge goes behind those numbers. The slide that was put up about the Water Rates Committee and their recommendation, that's a farce. I'm sorry. I believe all of you know that, and yet it's presented by as if it's fact, as if this whole entity got together and unanimously said, this is what we believe. That's not what happened. It said that they were open to the public. I've never heard of them before, or I'd have been at them. Again, the transparency simply isn't there. The slides with the line items of the budget, the second largest line item is other O&M. That's where you sweep all the dirty laundry. Where is the itemized budget for other O&M? How is it that the massive reserve of not so long ago evaporated? I'd like a very transparent light item expenditure account of what happened with that reserve. Oh, there was a drought. I made the comment at the last meeting, you mean you don't have a not so rainy day budget? Yes, the drought went on for a long time, and we all got punished for it by, if we didn't decrease our water usage, our bills went up. Now we're being told, as so many people have already pointed out, now we're being told, oh, guess what? We're going to raise your rates anyway. I just got my first monthly bill as opposed to bi-monthly bill, and I'm going to dumb it down. My little box that says how much I used says I used 34 units. That's less per day, and that's less than the 40 per day that was on my 2-month bill. And yet my 1-month bill was way more than half of my 2-month bill. How does that work? How is it that I used less water per day, and when I'm billed on a monthly basis, I suddenly pay more? These are the kinds of mysteries that make us wonder what else is going on and why you have had such a hue and cry. I would venture to think that, stop. I would like to encourage all of you, and I would like to take a moment to thank all of you, as a few other people have done, because serving on a board is a tough job. And I know that for the new members, there has been a really steep learning curve and a lot of material to try and absorb and integrate with everything else. But I would suggest that at this moment in time, NID is a very, 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 very poorly run business. When I was at that last meeting, one of the other participants asked, Mr. Jones, so if you don't get this increase, what will you do? Mr. Jones did not miss a beat. He said there's more than one way to skin a cat. We'll just have to rework the budget. So I then asked the obvious follow-up question of, why is this massive rate increase your first choice? That doesn't make sense. If you can simply blithely sit down and rework the budget, then we're not in a crisis. A crisis is when you have a job of 13 years and you buy a house well within your means, and a year later you have no job. That's me. This rate increase means I'm in jeopardy of losing my home, which I bought responsibly, and I am now having to dip into my retirement savings to continue to keep. That's called working within your budget. That's my problem. I can't go to anybody else and say, wow, would you like to just help me pay these bills? And at that last meeting, we were consistently told, over and over and over again, we work within our budget. The condition of NID right now says you do not work within your budget, because otherwise you don't end up where you are now. And I think everything else has been said. I thank Nancy for her remarks, because I think of all of us, having served on the board, she has the best understanding. And every single point she made as far as alternatives and other areas to explore, I think are very valid. And so my request is, as so many other people have said, please don't follow the letter of the law, as your legal counsel loves to encourage, but follow the spirit of the law and follow what is right. And I would say that if 120 letters is the biggest you've ever gotten as an objection, that record's been broken. And I would encourage you to look at the percentage of the increase and think about that as a voice of the community. And I'm not saying I mean, we've just heard over and over again, people on Social Security get a 2% increase. About NID pledge to never do more than a 2% increase. Maybe some of the suits don't get these big raises. That's okay. You know, it's great, and I'm one of them who said, gee, you see all these guys out there scratching their while they're supposed to be working. Maybe they're waiting for somebody downline to radio them and say, okay, now you can go ahead and flip the switch. We don't really know. But I would suggest that there's a lot of internal housekeeping that needs to happen before you simply blithely put out your hand and tell us, the ratepayers, that we have to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thanks for having me in the forum. I'm Don Smith. I'm a raw water user down in Chicago Park. So anyway, I'll probably start with more of a summary, so instead of going into a lot of details. So I think at this point I'm seeing like too many questions and not enough answers. I think there's a lot of good questions that have been brought up. So I think at this time to vote for the proposed increase as it has been put out, I think it's kind of premature to do that. So in the past, I think NID has got to where it is by being a very fiscally prudent organization. It's a pretty good system that we have. We have good quality water. We have, a good way to convey it everywhere. There's a lot of good things that NID has done in the past, and I think they got there by being fiscally conservative. And at this point in the last maybe 5 years or so, it looks like maybe NID has not been as fiscally conservative as they have in the past, and maybe we're getting a little off of the path of where NID came from. So I'd like to also mention, it looks to me like the cost study kind of focuses on the revenue side of the equation, and all the solutions are coming from just increasing the revenue side, and I don't see enough attention to the cost side of the equation. That's been mentioned by many people. And I'd like to get in a few more details. The rate study in FAQ mentions the need for a proper reserve fund, and it's my understanding that NID did have quite a good sized reserve fund. I think maybe even as recent as 2017, I saw a report where there was $90 million in a reserve fund. And on the cost study for, I don't know, it's kind of hard to compare numbers because I don't see a consistency in how the numbers are treated. In a cost study, I'm only seeing like a $10 million reserve fund. So how we got from this, you know, that was a question asked earlier too. What's the accounting of our reserve fund? What happened from, say, 5-6 years ago to where we are today? I was not able to find that information on any of the, you know, looking at the website and any of the budgets. Also, the budgets, I think, on the website only go back to like 2016. I'd like to see budgets back to maybe at least 2012 so we can really, you know, dig in and dig deeper. Also, at the previous rate meeting at the Reed Center on April 3rd, there was a person from Penn Valley that brought up a number of issues, and I thought were very relevant to this whole situation. And I don't see any of those questions answered yet. I've looked at the FAQs and the website, and I think until a bunch of those questions are answered, again, it's a little premature to do this rate increase at this time. Not that maybe some rate increase is needed. We need NID to remain financially in good shape. That I think is obvious to everybody. We can't have NID going broke. So some rate increase might be needed. You know, Federal Reserve numbers on inflation, we all know that those numbers are bogus. 2%, that's inflation. Not a chance. Look at the gas prices lately. So, you know, some rate increase is probably prudent for NID to do. I don't know if the amount that's proposed is the right amount. Also, I'm kind of curious, the commission rate study also didn't mention any of these issues that gentleman from Penn Valley brought up about going through the budget. And I'm thinking if the rate study, it should have dug deeper, and we should have seen these issues before the gentleman from Penn Valley brought those up. So let's see here. Okay, let's pick on the rate study again. So we're trying to get cost recovery to come from 68% to 77% for our revenues, and if a little math there, that gives you like a 13.2% increase on what we're trying to do for revenues. But when I looked at my raw water rates, basically they're going to go up 32%. So unless the costs are increasing dramatically faster than other things, I don't see how you're saying in the rate study that you want to go for cost recovery from 68% to 77%, and yet a rate increase of 32% is required for that. So there's some math issues there for me. I want to talk about the drought rates again. Nowhere do I see any mention of how the district will decrease its expenses during drought periods. I think if all of us are going to have to decrease on our side, I think the district would have to. Some ideas, maybe some people would have to go to 4-day work weeks during drought periods. Perhaps long-term capital improvements would need to be postponed or slowed down. Maybe we need, when the contracts are written for capital improvements, there needs to be provisions in there so that if we are in a drought period and now revenues are decreasing, we need to slow those capital improvement projects down so that we can stay within budget. Let's see here. I'm not going to pick on the general manager in particular, but I think this is just an example of maybe what's going on with wages here. I was looking up in the state database and NID's website on compensation, and hopefully I have these numbers right. And this is not just pick on you; it's possibly district-wide, possibly. 2013, I think the base compensation was like $134,000 and something. And in 2019, the base compensation is $252,000. That's a pretty good increase for a 6-year period, something like 87%, like that. Is that about right?
You would address the board, please. Just address the board, please.
Okay, but anyway, I think there's things that need to be looked at there. That's a pretty high increase. That's even higher than all the water rate increases. So something's a little bit out of line there, I think. Looking at the 2018 budget, there was capital projects of $26 million, and in 2019 the capital projects are $33.5 million. And that's a large increase just coming off of this period where we had decreased revenues for droughts. I'm thinking maybe you're getting too aggressive on getting back on the capital spending. We just really need to stay back within budgets again. So anyway, I just think a deeper look needs to be done at many, many issues. We have a good system. It's great to have such good quality water, and we just want to keep things on the right track is what we'd like to do. Thanks for all your time here.
Mr. President, if I may interject just quickly, looks like this gentleman is the last on the wait list. If there is anyone else that would like to speak that has not already spoken, now's the time to line up in the back of the room after this gentleman.
Everyone should clap. I'm number 36. I want to first thank the board of directors. I can understand and appreciate the very difficult position you're in. I want to thank the audience too, because I was amazed this morning at how many astute people are in this audience making suggestions. I want to talk about three things: sustainability, unintended consequences, and public communication. All of you have grown up, as I have, when monopolies were given the structure of not raising their costs more than the cost of living. And we relied on that. When you have a 45% increase from a monopoly, you become the primary ingredient of inflation and unintended consequences. Let's move into unintended consequences. Are other utilities going to raise their prices and maybe more than 45%? Absolutely. What do you think the insurance company think about your raises and the unkept lawns around town? They quit, left the area. The ones that are staying are raising their prices 2 and 3 times their costs. And they're not even licensed in the state of California. On top of that, people have already talked about product increases, then wages will increase, and there will become the closure of small businesses. That's what happens when you have irresponsible price raises. It's an unintended consequences. My last area is public communication. What is the worst form of a public forum? That would be a PowerPoint. What is the worst form of a PowerPoint? That would be a spreadsheet. Now, if we want to talk to these people and to your people, there are a lot better ways. There are better ways to communicate. And we have to do that if we're going to solve problems. So in the 3 areas, your price increase is not sustainable. That's well known. Unintended consequences, I don't even know what's going to happen to this area and how they're going to resolve the fire insurance issues. And third, please reconsider your format for public communication. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. President, before we officially close the public hearing portion of today's meeting, I just want to remind everybody, now's the chance to, if you have not already, put in your written protest. A verbal protest does not count. It has to be in writing. Anybody by raise of hand need to do that, want to do that? Anybody want to withdraw their protest? I had to ask. Okay. I had to ask.
You got your hand raised in the back? No, sir, she had her hand raised in the back.
I just want to make sure you don't adjourn because this gentleman's going out.
That's, you were raising your hand as he asked for his wife.
Comment, sir, about withdrawing your protest.
Yes.
Let it be known. There's not a person in here.
Well, we kinda went over it earlier, we gotta close so that we can get the boxes up from wherever they are. Oh, no, today, right? We're chilling, we're chilling.
Yep.
Right here in this room, I believe.
So folks, a reminder of the process. The public hearing is going to close shortly. The board will recess. The vote count will be done in the east annex. It'll be in public view. There will be a count of all pieces of paper. It'll be an ostensible vote count. So it will not be verified as the initial opening and counting. If that count comes in less than 10,500, the board will reconvene and then begin discussing and deliberating the issue. The questions that were raised, the board members I know were taking notes, so there will be a dialogue about comments that were made and such. And then there potentially could be action. If there is if the number is 10,500 or greater than that, the counts will be verified before the board reconvenes. If there's a majority protest, board cannot take action today.
Okay, so if there are not enough, is the board vote to stay? Or
The concept, yes.
Potentially, the board will deliberate.
so as we, the public, how would we know? Say if tonight they go, yeah, we passed it, how do we find out? Is it gonna be on the website or?
We do it live in open
What-
session.
Madam, you and anybody else can stay, can be here, or if you can't, it will be live streamed.
Plus it's live streamed, and you can go to the website, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Hand up, yes, sir.
According to the tally, I'd like to know how many people spoke in favor of the rate increase today.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Nobody?
Zero. Thank you. Zero.
Did he get his ballot in, that we were concerned about? Yeah. Okay. Close the public hearing. And we will re-adjourn at recess. No, I'm closing the public hearing. No. And then we, I'll slap that baby.
Where you buying lunch? I guess I have to buy yours for the violation fine.
Yeah, but.
1:30? We'll plan to be back here at 1:30.
So a miner's inch is very simple. It's basically a 1-inch hole cut in a board that is put into a box that's cut into the berm. And we need to have at least 6 inches of head pressure. The water level has to be at least 6 inches above the orifice to give it the force to push it through there. It gives a constant delivery 24/7 of a source of water. And this equals about 11.22 gallons per minute, or about 16,000 gallons a day. That's what you'll get through 1 miner's inch. So very simple system of measuring water. And as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So this is how we still do it today.
Hi, I'm Tim Crow, Assistant General Manager of the Nevada Irrigation District here in Grass Valley, California.
We are embarking on a project that uses new, innovative technologies to remove mercury from contaminated sediments in the Bear River. The district's canals and reservoirs lie immediately downstream of many historic gold mining activities of the 1850s.
Today, mercury from that gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
The Bear River Watershed Group is comprised of a diverse interest group of stakeholders that care deeply about the watershed health. We support this project as it improves water supply by removing sediment from Lake Combie, and it improves water quality by removing and reducing the amount of legacy mercury in our riverine systems.
That same mercury from the gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
Essentially, 26 million pounds of mercury were brought over to the Sierra reservoirs during hydraulic mining, and 10 to 30% of that mercury was lost to the environment, making it a very messy process. So though that happened 150 years ago, we still have mercury moving down the Sierra rivers with each storm event because it is essentially entrained in the river gravels. Mercury can be methylated by bacteria at the bottom of the food chain.
Water under pressure. Did you know NID was formed in Nevada County in 1921, but 5 years later expanded by 66,000 acres when residents of Placer County asked to join. About 25% of the district is located in Placer County. NID was formed to ensure that a year-round, reliable water supply system would be in place to meet current and future needs. When Placer County voted to join NID, it was to take advantage of the ability of NID to supply a needed demand.
All right, well, we're standing on the Van Giesen Dam. It's Combie Reservoir, built in 1927. It dams up the Bear River, originally built by Nevada Irrigation District to irrigate all the farmland in Nevada and Placer County. And it's 94 feet tall, 800 feet across at the crest. Has a couple of hydroelectric plants on it. Downstream side of Combie Dam, the Bear River's down below us. This is the Combie Phase 1 canal, which takes water all the way down to lower part of Nevada County, crosses the Bear River and goes on down into Auburn and all the way down towards Lincoln. Branches off into many different canal systems.
NID now serves approximately 25,000 customers, and through constant monitoring and maintenance of its network, is able to supply water to homes, farms, and businesses, generate hydroelectric power, and provide recreation to the growing communities within Nevada and Placer counties. 3 out of 4 customers receive treated water service supplied by 7 treatment plants, generating approximately 3.5 billion gallons of water a year. NID treated water meets and exceeds standards set by the California Department of Health Services. The dam at French Reservoir, built in 1858 and 59, is the oldest in NID's mountain division. The Van Giesen Dam at Combie Reservoir is the oldest in the foothills, built in 1927. NID serves approximately 6,000 raw water customers, and the irrigation water is used for cattle and other livestock. It is used in golf courses, gardens, nurseries, orchards, and vineyards. Irrigation water fills ponds and reservoirs to stock water and provide recreation. The NID canal flows are carefully monitored and regulated to maintain proper flow. As NID water flows downhill through the foothills, it is used to produce clean hydroelectric energy through 7 power plants. These plants produce enough electricity to supply 60,000 homes. The electricity produced is sold to PG&E. NID began producing power in 1966 with the completion of the Yuba Bear River Power Project, and smaller power plants were added during the 1980s. NID has 7 power plants that generate enough electricity to supply the equivalent of more than 60,000 homes. NID has a generation capacity of 82.3 megawatts, produces an average 375 million kilowatt hours of energy each year, and sells its electrical output to the Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
This thing hosts, the reservoir here hosts several different groups of people.
One is called Bill's Fishing Mission. They're here every year. It's kind of a charity thing. They're here for 3 or 4 days doing a fishing tournament. We also have the Western States 50 and 100 mile horse race. They access from both sides of the reservoir for their endurance horse race. And then a lot of camp groups. We have a main camping area in this lower campground here is for group camp.
So we reopen the open session, and we have a tabulated, I'm sorry, are you ready?
I am.
Yeah. Do we have a tabulated count?
You got it. The provisional count came out to 4,694 protests. The protests are now being verified as we speak, and we anticipate to have the final verified count by tomorrow, the end of the day tomorrow, maybe sooner.
So just for the record, Board, that is less than the 12,530 necessary for a protest. So now you as a board
And
can...
less than the 10,500 that you put out there as a criteria.
Yes. Correct.
So we're not assuming it's going to suddenly have a change.
So you as a board can move on to special order item C to consider the resolution that is in your agenda packet.
Adopting some rates, okay.
One last thing, while we're kind of on preliminary matters, housekeeping matters, the Exhibit A that is attached to your resolution and the agenda, it has a couple typos in them, so we've prepared modified versions, and Chris will hand that out for you.
Which is on the back of the resolution. Numbers changed?
Did the numbers change? I don't
No,
get
they didn't. Looking pretty similar.
I thought the resolution changed. I'm sorry.
The appendix in the resolution. Sorry, the appendix in the resolution didn't have the hydro rate or the conservation rates attached to it, so that's why.
Right, I wondered about that.
So it's not a correction as much as it is
omission.
But for the public, those pages are being copied right now for your.
So under the adopted rate study and proposal, we could modify.
So we've had this discussion before, but as a reminder, the notice and the rates in the notice set the ceiling.
So we can modify.
So you can modify as long as you are not changing, going above that ceiling, or, and one of the, I think, key items here is you can't change the methodology either. And what I mean by that is if you wanted to change the tiers as an example, because that could ultimately translate into some customers paying a higher rate, we would need to redo the 218 process in order to change the methodology.
But if we were to hear what everybody was saying and come up with a lower rate, and I was thinking shorten it to 3 years so that the new board can take a crack at it and do a new study or whatever everybody wants to do, that we can do, because it's less than 5 years and it's less than 45%, all these things.
As long as it's less than that ceiling.
Yes.
And I believe, so I believe staff is prepared with a spreadsheet model that we could project if you want to see some of the numbers and how it affects things.
I have a question. So if we don't do the 45% treated water base rate increase this year, and if it was 5% in the fourth year, and we decide we want it to be 6% in the fourth year, so if each year the ceiling is the ceiling of those years?
Correct. That's correct.
So you couldn't go over the 5% that's in year 3.
Okay.
But that wasn't your question. Your
Yeah, it
question,
was.
could you go less?
No, it was more.
Yeah,
No.
if we,
Yeah, she said 5 to 6, so she went up one.
if we went less than 45 this year, and then it projected down, I don't have the exact numbers. But you can't, in any given year, we can't take the less that we did 45% this year and apply it to another year.
No.
Okay. Just confirming.
Yeah.
So the stepwise increase is in year one, 45% on the treated water base rate. So that's what we're talking about. We're not actually talking about a 45% rate increase, because 50% of it is the fixed rate and 50% is the base rate. The base rate for treated and raw water, or the volumetric rate, I should say, is 5.72% per year for 5 years. So in other words, we cannot go above 5.72% for the volumetric rate in any of the years, because that's what's in the Prop 218 notice. So the stepwise progression for the base rate, or the fixed cost, is 45% in year one, 20% in year two, 10% in year three, 8% in year 4, and 5% in year 5. So, I think that's what I have in my materials here.
That sounds close.
That's what the rate committee approved.
Right, yes.
So you could conceivably reduce the 45% in year 2019, but you could not increase the 5% in year 2023 above 5%.
Right.
I think that's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes. So for example, if I proposed a 5.7 on both, straight across, you'd get into the third year, and we couldn't go 5.7 on fixed? Was
That's right.
I'm talking 3 years.
That's
not 5.
correct.
3 years.
In year 3, you couldn't raise the base rate to 5.72.
So it'd go 5.7, 5.72, 5.
5.
And on the
says
volumetric,
10%.
it'd be 5, but.
Correct.
Yeah, year 3 is 10%.
Year 3, it says 10%.
Oh, so we could go
Sorry.
5, okay,
Yes.
so we go 5.7.
Yeah.
Okay. Seemed to me the thing read kind of funny. And, like George Thorogood would say, I know, now you funny too. We're saying it, but we never really just said what we were doing with this whole fixed thing. So I was frustrated by that as a customer who read the pamphlet as well. So that's why I'm saying, if we just went 5.72 above and below, the two, we're all looking at the same, where it's a fixed, and just go 5.72, 5.72, 5.72, and cap it at 3 years, so that everybody can have a new crack at this. Give it a minute, get it, keep us running, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, that I proposed, because of to increase. We've been talking here while everybody else wasn't here, we started talking about.
a lot, right, but, proposed 9.5, 9.5, and 5, in order to, because one of the issues, one of the justifications was, to increase the base rate, to move the base rate for treated water higher, to bring it more into, what's the word I want?
Closer to 50/50.
Yes. So we would at least
Insulate
start
from
that
drought.
process, where we recognize that the 45 was
Obviously.
a obvious scary number, and that, this would be a compromise that, would get us moving down the road in the right direction. And then, so I was in agreement with that, and in agreement with, the idea of 3 years in order to proceed, so that we could proceed then with looking at expenses that we've talked about.
So we do have a model, and we can plug some of these numbers into the model. Can we show it on screen?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see what the ramifications are.
Ramifications?
The
Oh, please don't.
I'd like to see what the ramifications are.
No. Let us not mock my name.
I mean, this is going to dig into reserves.
We are
further.
correct. Right. We're already doing 34 million.
It might require additional transfers in from hydro. I'm not sure that we can afford to do that, because hydro has major expenses in its short-term future that we must start budgeting for and putting money away for now. So the proposal that's on the table here is to transfer 10 million from hydro into water in year one, and then 6 million a year from hydro into water over the next 4 years, $32 million. That's a huge chunk of change.
And in the last 5, we did 34 million.
Yeah,
Over the last 5?
What was hydro's
No,
transfer?
it was nothing. It was nothing close to that.
The 5 years
We've been
prior.
doing 6 million a year.
I keep forgetting the button. So the first 3 years of that, it was first 3 years we were paying off the borrowing from water. So hydro borrowed $15 million from water to start the FERC relicensing process. So hydro was paying that back at roughly $4.5 million annually, and then the last 2 years it was right around $4.5 million.
So hydro then turned back, so I'm clear, hydro, first 3 years you said.
Was paying back its loan.
Was paying back its loan, and then the following
2 years.
It was
subsidized. It was supplementing. It was subsidizing at about $4.5 million.
at about $4.5 million.
Which is about what the burn rate was out of.
So another way to say that is, over that 5-year period, the transfer from hydro into water to support rates was 9 million.
Yes.
And we're proposing to transfer 32 million now from hydro into water. So that's
Yes.
a very large subsidy.
And is that over 5 years, though?
That's over 5 years.
So if we cut it to 3, we're good. That's this one. Yeah.
So right now, if we use the current study as the borrowing or as the subsidy from hydro, you would have 10 million in the first year and 2 $6 million pushes in the year 2 and year 3. So you'd have $22 million. Did I do that right? Yeah.
You know what, I always seem to talk first and a lot. Can I do that now?
No, you didn't talk first today, so you get past that.
Go ahead.
I get past that? Okay, great. Well, I've done a lot of thinking about this, and I just, in my head, I have to review kind of how we got here, okay? And so the first thing was that we had this water rates committee that was convened in whenever it was, March, April, May, and then went on into September, October. And, as been talked about, there were, a treated and a raw customer from each of the divisions. And I have been present, including today, there have been folks, the treated water customers who attended those water rates meetings have all said at different times publicly they did not support that, there was no consensus, and there was no recommendation. Okay, now, we can, so I mean, I'm troubled by that, because then what that means is the remaining 5, 6 people were representing the ag community, and I'm not here to put ag against treated. Let me just say that at the top. No, I just did, and I told them on the phone too. No, I'm not here to do that. But so okay, so we started out with this rates committee that actually, according to the people who were there, and by the way, I was there 3 of the 5 or 6 meetings. You were there for some of them, and I was there at the last one. There was no consensus. There was no vote. There was, and the treated water people stood up very clearly over the last 4 or 5 months and said they didn't support it. So, our general manager, thank you for all the work you do, but took those what he determined to be approved, or what was the recommended, I can't remember what your terminology was, rates, and put them into the budget. And so the budget that we had in December was approved based on rate or revenue assumptions from the rates committee that were not really approved certainly not by the treated water people for whom they carry the heaviest burden. That, for me, is troublesome. Then the cost of service study came, and the cost of service study was not at all a cost of service study. What it was the budget was handed to the cost of service folks, consultants, and they said, oh, this is how we're going to do. Allocation is 74 to whatever it is, you know, treated in this and based on the number of customers. And there was absolutely nothing in that cost of service study that was actually about the costs of service, okay? So to me, this feels like a complete construction made of sand. Okay, I'm not against a rate increase, by the way, everybody. Let me just say that up front. I get it. Costs go up. We have to do something. But the process was so flawed from my perspective that I'm troubled. And we heard today from however many folks were here and from the other 4,700 who filed protests, it wasn't a good process. We did not run, I believe, a process with integrity. We did cost of service study based on a budget that was based on rates that had not been approved by anybody. And so it was like a house of cards. And that's troubling to me. I mean, it really is. But then I looked back, and there was a cost of service study done in 2008, which Nancy, she offloaded all her 11, 12 boxes of stuff to my house. And as I was searching through that, you know, I found this cost of service study, which I think she handed out part of it, but it's worthy of this discussion. This was done now in 2008, but by a consultant, Bartle Wealth. Well, when I started looking at this, guess what? They went canal by canal by canal. They looked at maintenance. They looked at engineering. They looked at everything, and they attributed costs in a much more, like, what it actually costs. They came up with, what was their allocation? 63 to 36. You know, about a 10% difference than what these folks have come up with. They base their numbers on real costs, not a budget based on rates that were not ever approved by anybody. So that for me is troubling. So I thought, well, I hate to be someone who just complains and doesn't have any, you know, like I instructed those folks, remember, the other day when you and I were there. I don't want to be that person. So, you know, I also get that we need a rate increase. But I think that the study that we're all relying on is really flawed, actually. And so what I'm kind of with Scott. I'm thinking that a modest rate increase of 3 to 5, I don't know what the right number is, but something 5% or thereabouts on the base rate for both ag or, you know, treated and raw customers. That way you get the base rate up a little bit, we get additional revenue, and then we simultaneously, this is the part of the equation that we as the board haven't talked about, we asked staff to please come back to us with cost-cutting measures. We also heard that from our public today. And, you know, what I was thinking about, because I like to think positively, think about that. If we could cut 5% of the budget and we raise rates 5%, that's the equivalent of 10%. That's a lot of money. That's, I mean, you know, that makes a big revenue difference. Then I also thought that what we should do truly, oh, well, wait a minute. So I was suggesting that whatever rate increase y'all come up with should not take effect until June 1st, not May 1st. And I really had sympathy for this lady who said, oh my God, you're going to do this in a week, you know, and that's true. It's kind of too short a time from my perspective. So I'm thinking, okay, so if you make whatever rate increase, if it's reasonable, to just take effect June 1st, direct staff to bring back cost cutting, hopefully by our first meeting in June, and try with a goal of 5%. Some places might be more, some they can't do it. Then do a new cost of service study with direction to use actual costs and not random allocations. It was done in the past, as we've got it, and it can be done now. And it's part of building trust with the community. What does it actually cost to provide this water? And I'd like to see a new cost of service study returned to us by the end of July. Meanwhile, we got our 5% rate increase. And then our board of directors revisit the whole thing, our income and expense, at the end of the third quarter, and we go, okay, where are we? Where are we? Let's make a plan going forward in 2020. That was sort of what I was trying to pull together. I really want to see cost cutting if we're going to do rates. I want the rate reasonable, and I don't want to be locked into long term for these folks. So I will stop now.
If I could,
yes, please.
Rebut.
Please.
As you know, I was on that committee. I made all but one meeting, I believe. I do agree that there weren't always treated water people there, but there was a consensus. There was not a vote. It was not an official vote, but there was consensus of all of those people that were there on the rate study. Okay, that part I can verify. Yes.
I know, but see, I was there too, and you and I we just see it. I think we see it differently.
I've heard this one going around, and I was there. Okay.
So was I.
And I was there at the last meeting when it was said, okay, this is what we're going to recommend to the board, and I don't think that decision was taken lightly. I think that the farm people were as engaged in the treated water portion I myself was, because obviously the treated water folks have a huge contribution to our income, and so that would be that part. The other part, as you know, Ricky, I was in favor of, or agreed with you at the budget process that time to say, yes, we need to be having some form. I'm against across the board cut of 5 or 10%, but looking at it with a study that looks at all of the costs and cost-cutting measures in a process. And I had proposed we do that during the budget cycle this coming summer. But the major justifications, that committee, and that's how we got this thing. They came out of that committee. That committee was unanimous at that time. There was no votes.
Well, there wasn't a vote.
There wasn't a vote. That's correct. There was a consensus. There was no. I'm opposed to that at that time. There was no. We spent a long time getting to 5.72. You know, we didn't. It wasn't including all of those guys. So that part I believe is valid. The other points I have agreed with you, and I look forward in the future. However, I feel that there's the justifications we have. Nick mentioned one that I have 4 of them here. I wrote them out. We can't continue. We can all concur that we're taking hydro. The hydro supports water, but we can't keep taking from hydro. We're at the end of that point of taking from hydro. Okay, we can't keep spending that.
But
money.
wasn't hydro? Wasn't that?
Because
hydro we now own. For all those many years, it was PG&E's, and we had a hell or high water contract. Now we own the stuff, so we need to be able to fix it if it breaks. And in our PPA, our purchase agreement, which is being scrutinized by the bankruptcy courts, if we go down, we're paying $10,000 a day or an hour when we're offline. So we need to kind of be sure we keep hydro in order and not just suck it all away, is what's changed.
That's
For many years, it was PG&E, and they just fixed it, and we were just getting the money. Now we have to fix it. So that 2013, since then, what year it actually has occurred, for a minute we were doing bridging agreements, you know, these big old things take a minute. And so that's what changed in that.
And so, yes, we are taking, but there is a limit, as Nick pointed out, and I agree with him on that part, that while I fully support you, that's what the money's for, that's the intent of it, that's fine. We can't keep going back to the piggy bank and keep shaking it. Pretty soon it's gone, and those reserves have to be there for that.
Well, can I be a little more specific?
Sure.
And this is not time for the audience to chime in.
Nick,
So
you got the floor,
either be
Nick.
quiet or leave.
Oh. Nick.
Okay. There's about a 40 million or more bill due in hydro when our FERC license
is finally granted? What is the number?
The obligations under the 401s and the environmental stuff that we have to do.
Right now, the estimate is $74 million.
Okay,
Over how long?
I was a bit short.
When
Okay,
over how
$74 million. So
it
we
happens
have,
over
we
10
have to
years.
build up, a reserve to cover those known future costs. And so that is the thing that is primarily limiting the amount of money that can be transferred from hydro into water. Would you agree with that, Rem and Marvin?
I would agree with that.
That is one mechanism to fund that. That is correct.
And that is the FERC license that we took over from PG&E, back to what happened in 2013, and it didn't happen in 2013, but last few years.
It still
Still
happens.
happens. But these are one of our obligations, right, we gotta keep it running, and I forgot, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that part. And the NGOs and the Forest Service and everybody had their opportunity to get in on us. If whatever you know, good, bad, or indifferent, they had their opportunity through the FERC. That's part of what the relicensure is. So now we have all these obligations, which you're talking about under the FERC, to build roads and to do stuff that I don't have the list of the, am I calling them 401s? Is that the right term? No.
4Es.
Sorry, 4Es. Somebody, but you know what I'm trying to be helpful to the crowd here. Yeah, so that's what's all changed, and so that's why it's hard to just keep taking it from hydro, because now hydro is its own entity and needs it too. So it doesn't mean we have to abolish the subsidy.
Well, let me follow this thread a little bit further to unravel the sweater.
Right on. And I think, is it Mr. Johnson? I think we had to sit all morning, not really try to not to talk. I think Nick just meant, let us talk for a minute, is what he's trying to say. It was not very gracefully said, but we get to do this now.
I was not very graceful about it, but you were interrupting.
Right on. I mean, peace and love.
Okay.
Share information.
So in addition to the expenses that we're looking at under the 4Es, there are other expenses that we have to build up reserves for. We have aging power plants there. These power plants, I don't know if you know how generators work, but there's a rotor that rotates inside a bunch of magnets, and there's miles and miles of very thin, is the thickness of a hair wire inside these rotors, and every once in a while one of those wires burns out, and you have to pull the rotor out of the generator. You have to rewind the rotor on the generator. It all sounds simple, but it's not, and it costs $3 to $5 million a pop.
We did Chicago Park.
We've done some in the past. We can anticipate that there will be more of these pieces of equipment that will go down. At the last WHO committee meeting, it was talked about the potential for replacing transformers. There's transformers in the system, so the voltage that comes out of the generators is relatively low voltage. You have to step up that voltage to be able to put it on the lines, otherwise PG&E doesn't like it. And these transformers are getting old, and they're going to need some replacement. And they're $1 million a pop. And if you wait too long, these transformers run a risk of actually blowing up and starting fires and things like that. And that's not something that we really want to do. Am I correct about that? Thank you. The transformers can blow up.
So we do have these
spoken from a gentleman who retired from a career at PG&E.
How long have we known we were going to be owning these facilities?
Well, we didn't have the ability to raise that money because until 2013 we were under contract with PG&E, so we could not set aside the first nickel of money to build up these reserves prior to that time.
Which
'cause-
is the PPA, the power purchase agreement.
Right, so, what
do?
Scott was referring to is the hell and high water contract that we had.
Used to have.
You know, the arrangement that we had with PG&E was that they helped us build Yuba Bear. They got the power from the generators for 50 years for zero. They got it for free.
1968.
In return, they assumed the maintenance liability for the system. So we billed them on a dollar for dollar basis. We maintained the system, but they paid for it. So in 2013, on one day, and we were all sitting in this board room, that 50-year contract expired, and we inked a new power purchase agreement with PG&E. And when we did that, then we started deriving income from our hydro generation.
Those hydros.
From
You had
the
some small
Yuba
ones.
Bear
Yeah, from
plants.
the Yuba
They were
Bear.
basically Chicago Park, Rollins One, Dutch Flat, and I guess Bowman. Those are the power plants that are part of Yuba Bear. So we do derive income now from the power that we produce, but we don't actually derive income from the actual amount of power that we produce. We have a long-term contract to about 2030 with PG&E, and this is not confidential. These are the contract conditions.
You and I cut a good deal with PG&E on this.
Not a bad deal, Scott. Thank you very much.
Especially through the drought.
So we get paid for the average amount of power we would produce under average hydrologic conditions, regardless of whether the generators spin or not. So that's how the contract works. And our part of that agreement is that we agree to keep those units in good operating conditions so that they're available as needed by the system operators. That's how that contract works.
And this will be a good year for PG&E. We've had some good years through the drought, because
Yeah.
it's assured money, but we don't get more. Now they get,
Yeah, through the drought it was great. The plants sat dark, and we got $2 million plus a month without generating an electron of energy, just because there wasn't enough water available. Now there's water in the system, and so now they get the better part of the deal. I'm just saying this so that you have some history and background on how the system works.
And the time element.
So we get paid $2+ million a month for having those systems available. That's money that goes to, first of all, maintaining the hydro facilities, and that costs, what, $9–10 million a year? $13–14 million a year. So you get 22 here, you got to pay $13–14 million a year to maintain the system, and then there's the leftover money, the difference between the 22 and the 14 million. That's basically money that is available to the district for
subsidizing
wherever we choose to put it. And so with this rate increase, we're choosing to take $32 million of that money over the next 5 years and put it towards supporting rates so that people get their water at less than the actual cost of service. So we are subsidizing that water. And that's fine. Brad mentioned that was kind of the idea when we went into hydro.
That was the promise.
That was the promise. And we have maintained that promise, and we will do so on into the future. However, there's a limit to how far that promise can go because of these expenses that I alluded to, the FERC costs, equipment costs. We're now being told by Division of Dam Safety that we need to put how much money into the Scotts Flat spillway?
The current anticipated engineering cost for the Scotts Flat spillway is approximately $15 million.
$15 million. Okay, so that's just another cost that we had not anticipated. Okay, and why is Department of Water Resources Division of Dam Safety saying that, because they're much more sensitive about spillways now. I can't understand why.
But it's okay.
So the Division of Dam Safety basically oversees everybody but themselves, and so when they get slammed, then their response is to slam everybody else. Just to be honest, that's what it is. So, you know,
Like the OPEB liability.
this is a complex issue, and everything is related. I'll stand down.
Is it my turn? I'd like the
Thank
floor.
you for being so patient. I will be quiet and let
No,
you
you have
speak.
to listen to this story.
Huh?
So-
You have to listen to this story.
Not a bad idea.
No, it's not.
So I completely concur with Ricky's assessment of this cost of service study. It just says, okay, there's 19,000 treated and 6,000 raw, and we're going to split it 75-25. I don't know how that can be defensible, because Prop 218 says we can only charge for the cost of service. We can't charge treated water to people more than it costs to deliver the treated water to them.
We're not.
Is that correct? And so now we looked at this study that was from 2008, where they did a true cost of service. I mean, I was expecting to see the cost of service. What about a cost of service doesn't have the cost of service? That was very distressing when I saw this study. But the next thing is, then we see this 2008 study that they did a cost of service to see how much it would do, and they came up with 60, well, round number, 64-36, 64 treated water 36, as opposed to 75-25. And so then I looked at the list of the facilities that were very detailed, when canal by canal, treatment plant by treatment plant, went through all the different categories of spending. And I looked at those facilities, and they don't look that different than the facilities we have now. There's been some water line extensions, maybe we've got a couple more treatment plants because of the recreation, but our facilities haven't expanded to the rate that it looks like the division of the rate of this cost of service study. And I've been told this is very defensible, just count heads and do it that, but I didn't like the way the rate study went. I went to only one of them. But it was very confusing. They were flipping numbers on the thing, and it was I don't know how anyone could have really followed. And maybe it was I came like to the third or fourth one, so I don't know. I'll hold a judgment on that. But what I'm saying is, I don't know how defensible it is to say that the treated water, 75% of our revenue goes to deliver treated water to the treated water customers. I don't think that cost of service study defended that. They just made it a statement, and this has flown before. So I'm concerned about that. And also, we've known since 2013 that we were going to have this liability for hydro.
Well, we didn't know the amount.
Well,
But we knew we were going to have.
but we knew we were going to have a
And we've
significant.
been rebuilding our reserves.
And we've been spending $14 million since then on a dam. And if we were so concerned about our facilities, why were we going and spending $14 million on something that's very that we don't have water right for, that's very, the public is very against? It impacts cultural resources. It's premature, it's expensive. We would have to obligate to sell water out of the district, probably to pay for it. And yet we continue to buy property and to spend money on a traffic study and all of this stuff that seemed so premature to me and now all of a sudden we're in dire straits because we don't have any reserves, because our reserves was spent 14 million of it, which happens to be what the spillway would have been now and we've got nothing to show for it but property that we have to now manage. And we're a water irrigation district. We're not a property management district. So that disturbs me. And when we came in the very first day when we were inaugurated onto this board, it was a wake-up call. We were saying, okay, you're going to adopt this budget and it's going to assume this rate increase as the revenue. I said, well, show us what it would be without the rate increase, because at that time I had not heard that it was even out of the rate committee, and I knew it hadn't been heard by the board. And we had to assume this revenue. And I said, well, why don't you at least give us side by side so we can see what it would be with or without? Nope, we're assuming, it's just a done deal, we're assuming we're going to get it, and this is how it's going to be. That was very disturbing to me. And so I think that we should, and just like all the rest, costs are going up. It is very expensive to deliver water. But for right now, because of the public trust and because of just how this whole thing has gone down, which is, it shocks, it blows me away that this is how it's happened. But given that, that's the past. Looking forward, I think we should do a minimum increase this year, do serious cost-cutting measures in the district. I think we can save some money. And as was mentioned many times, and I was surprised as well on the budget, the next month, all the way straight up to the general manager gets the rank and file cost of living increase that the union does. Our staff works, they work really hard. These rank and file people, they're putting their life out there every day. And so they deserve and they've got a memorandum, they're union workers. So that's it. But when we're in such dire straits, to give that automatically assume that it's going to go straight up to the top management, that's not how they do it in the real world. Even in other companies, they don't do it that way. If there's dire straits, the management is responsible for bringing the budget back in to living within our means. And so I haven't seen serious, I saw the little slide, but when they did the cost of the service, well, we saved X dollars because we did a categorical exemption instead of a EIR, environmental impact report. Well, they didn't say that. That project didn't require that, but they claimed it as a savings, and so I want more serious savings. I'm looking for really going into the budget and tightening our belt too. It seems disingenuous for this board to say we need more money, we're spending over money, give us more money. So I propose a minimal increase because we do need to keep up, and we are in a pickle because we've mismanaged our funds. But we need time to fix it, and so I concur to make it a minimal increase this year and really do some serious soul searching and figuring out how we can save money internally, and then come back with a real budget next year that is based on not some future thing that was very unsure. And we could sell surplus property to get some money.
Well, I've already spoken quite a bit. I don't want to interrupt you, but I could say more.
Go ahead.
Okay. Laura talked about monies being spent on Centennial, and so I'll just ask a couple questions. My understanding is we basically have three pots of money. We have rate money, which has to go to O&M of the water system. We have hydro money, which in the first instance goes to the O&M of the hydro system, and then excess money is available to either sock away as reserves for future hydro expenses, or it can be transferred into other divisions. And then we have perhaps $12 million in property tax money. Okay, so
which is supposed to be capital.
Well, okay, the property tax money you say is supposed to be capital, but actually that is up to the discretion of this board. That's right. Some years ago, the board had reached a pretty firm consensus on that property tax money. I know Director Weber and I have always maintained that property tax money should go to the capital program. It should be the primary driver of the capital program. And so to divert money from property tax into supporting rates, although technically legal, one could argue that it is, and I'll use a term that was stated to me by a local attorney who deals in these issues. To divert money from property tax into supporting rates is actually immoral. Because what you're doing by diverting property tax money into rates is taking money from people who do not receive service, who might someday want to receive service, and then by taking that and subsidizing those who are already receiving service, so they pay less than the cost of water, that is just not right. So I'll just state that as a philosophical belief that I have, and I think Nancy is hiding. She's hiding her face.
That's Otis.
But
Otis's numbers.
you know, we hashed that out years ago, and she may not agree with me any longer on that, but it doesn't matter. Fine.
Well, but
that's my belief.
Doesn't this also include a transfer of property tax revenue?
And I don't,
8.9 million or
and I
something?
don't like that.
So the 6 million you're referring to, Director Heck, is a flow through reserves. So unspent capital dollars are moved into reserves, and those reserves are used in years
I understand.
3,
but it's
4,
still,
and 5.
But I mean, let's like dollars are dollars.
Dollars and dollars.
It still is going there.
Yes.
That is the proposal. I agree.
Yeah.
And I do not like that part of the proposal.
Well, but one of the things you said was that folks who pay property taxes are not receiving services, and that is true.
Some.
There's a small percentage that are not.
Oh, it's actually a large
There's a lot of
percentage.
people in South
It's
County.
16,000.
There's a lot of people.
It's probably well over 50%.
A lot in my division.
16,000. It is a lot. It is a lot. I actually happen to know because I did that count.
Okay, right
But
on.
it's 16,000.
There are a lot.
16,000 who do not receive service who are paying property tax.
So you're making
the
this
number.
point for him.
Right.
Well, except that a lot of those 16,000 are just simply because of topography and geology and so on, and just can't get there.
True.
So.
South County.
And so what we've done out of capital monies is we have funded a district finance water line extension
Right.
program,
Right. Good.
which I think goes along with sort of my philosophical goal, which is to try and extend services
Mine too.
to people who are not getting service. But that's coming out. That's basically coming out of property tax. And you're talking about Centennial. And correct me if I'm wrong, Rem and Dustin, that the money that has gone to Centennial has come out of property tax and not rates and not hydro. Yes or no?
Correct.
But again, money is money. As you said, it's at the discretion of the board.
It's at the discretion of the board. There's nothing, and again, Dustin, correct me, there's nothing illegal about taking property tax money or hydro money and subsidizing water with it. But the question in my mind is really comes down to a philosophical one, and that is, at what level should people reasonably be subsidized for the resource that they're using? I believe that to the extent possible, people should pay the reasonable cost of services received.
If we knew the actual cost.
And I am sympathetic with that argument, because I have made the very same argument. And I was here for the 2008 rate study, and I thought that Bartles and Wells did a nice job on it. But I think that they probably found it very hard to make a true cost allocation, because the system is complicated. Many canals are used dually. They're used for treated water, they're used for raw water, but for the raw water use, those canals wouldn't even be there, and you wouldn't even have a treated water system.
Because of the volume.
So it becomes a very difficult analysis, and I support the concept of doing a real cost of service analysis. And I think we need to get beyond the issue where we are now. That's something that we should establish as a goal and a direction in the future. I don't think that is a reason for not adopting a rate increase at this point.
Well, that's why I'm suggesting to bring it back from 5 to 3, so we have an opportunity to do the study, do the cost saver
Do-
measures,
And,
everybody wants
and,
to do
and,
it.
and I think that suggestion makes some sense.
Yeah, I do too.
And the other thing that just, came to my mind here, during the morning, people were talking about we don't have a baseline. Chip, what is our baseline tier for treated water? Don't we have
Tier one.
a tier one
Yes.
baseline, lifeline, like the lady said today? Don't we have a baseline?
Of course.
So we have a standard rate, it has a base rate in it, and it's the same for all customers. And then we have a tier one and a tier two, and it's all based on consumptive use. So if you wanted to save money, you have to use less water.
Oh, there is no 100 HCUs for your fixed price, or, no, I'm not on treated water, I'm a raw water customer,
It's
so
all
I don't know.
volumetric. There's a base rate and then volumetric from there.
And what does the base rate get you?
Base rate is just to cover the O and M, and then
It
from
just
then
gets you
on,
spit. You don't get any
it's tier
volume.
one and tier two for the volumetric part.
Well, see, that's an interesting thought, is to structure that with the base rate, you get X HCF.
That's what I was kinda thinking we had, yeah.
I mean,
Something,
You
yeah,
could-
50
Right.
gallons a day just for the
Or
base
just
rate or
something,
something, I don't know.
you know, and
These are
then that
numbers.
would also help folks on fixed income,
Mhm.
seniors who are living alone, who don't use very much water,
Right.
you know.
And I advocate to completely restructure, instead of only going on volume, this meter size, do it on the customer classes. This is the industrial, commercial. If you're in agriculture, you should, if you're making your living in agriculture, and you're growing food for your community, it takes a lot of water to grow food. You should get the rock bottom rate.
The lowest rate possible.
And if you're living in the country and want to have luxury landscaping or quality of life amenities,
Golf courses.
you should pay more for that. And so I think we need to completely restructure how we're even approaching the rates. I think that's gonna balance it out a lot. I think some people their rates would go down because they're living on the minimum.
Is that?
What are you saying no
Dustin?
for?
Well, there's some, we've talked about these things before, and the 218 makes you, it's weird.
It's weird,
It,
yeah.
so 218 is really, it really handcuffs a district.
That's what we
So
tried
there
to
are,
do.
everything is cost derivative, right? Once you go beyond the meter and say, okay, this customer using this many gallons for a swimming pool ought to pay more than this customer that's using the same amount, albeit for a use that we prefer.
Tomatoes.
218, I'd have concerns with that.
Yeah.
That's what 218 doesn't like.
It's illegal.
No, it
I know that
218 stops at the meter, and it looks at what is the proportional cost to serve that customer. It doesn't look at the use of the water. We've got maybe some other authorities where we can explore that, but 218 is not that tool.
So that was one of the hindrances. Thank
Well,
you for
I know
that
that in
review.
Southern California they do that.
Well, and there's different things you can do here, but we chose not to, as we're trying to get in, and I was advocating for the postage stamp because topography and geography have problems. So we kind of spread that over everybody on a separate, these are all similar but separate issues. So we really did, I've always said, and Nancy and I, make the golf courses pay 5 times the price, but you can't somehow. And then the other is, we did the postage stamps, because other places like PCWA for years had different regions and zones, and we never did that. We always kept it, but as we have to lift and then depressurize the water depending on where our topography is, we spread that so that the lines became more affordable for the people to try and extend these lines. So again, my Division 3 kept benefiting from that little part of it, but it's a lot of it is this doggone 218. It's just, you can't think, you just have to do it, and it's weird, because we've had that very discussion. Yeah, can't we do it? And I'm bringing it back in the form of the baseline. What can we do?
Yeah.
So.
And another thing that I thought of was this, the reason, the argument to raise the base rate to 50% was so we could cover our fixed costs, whether we sell a lot of water or not.
Insulate against drought.
And then it's almost insult to injury to say, well, we're gonna raise 50%, and then when there is the drought, when we would need to be able to bridge those times, we're gonna ding you again.
But I think during drought times, and maybe, Mr. Klumpner, maybe you can nod your head whether it's true or not. In drought times, you're selling less water, but your actual costs go up.
that may be the case. Typically, if you produce less, your variable costs are gonna go down in terms of pumping, energy, chemicals, that kind of stuff. So that's factored in.
Those costs go down, but there's other costs, that go up.
Managing the drought there.
In managing the drought.
There were some costs added in, yes.
Right, so purchased water costs may go up depending on, you know.
Purchase water, yes.
Right, and that's a good point, so,
Yeah, the 30
you know,
grand we
so,
tried
so
to do
I've certainly heard the argument that, you guys got through the last drought just fine, right? Fine, we did. How did we do that? We went out and exercised an old contract we had with PG&E, and we bought tens of thousands of acre-feet of water from PG&E to buffer carryover storage. So, yes, if we did get through the drought, it's because we spent down our rate stabilization reserves to buy water to reduce the impact of the drought on our customers. That's how we got through the drought. That rate stabilization fund is gone. We no longer have that option.
Is it possible under 218 to just elect to not do the drought rates?
Sure.
Could we say, no, we're gonna do this piece right now, let's take, you know, again, as part of this sort of taking a bigger, longer view?
Yeah.
We could, because I really am sympathetic to ag, and I've heard not only from Brad, he's not the only voice, but we like to pick on him.
Oh, he's so fun to pick on.
He is really fun to pick on. But, you know, and it just doesn't pass the gut check. It's like, you want people to conserve, you want to, you know, as a water district and as you know, global, we want to conserve our water resources, but, we're gonna charge you more for it if we do. I just feel like that's just not, it's not cool.
Right on.
Right.
But there's another way to look at it, and that's why I was
Really
talking.
articulate, wasn't it?
I was trying to talk
It's
about
cool. It's cool.
Sorry.
I was trying to make an exemption for true farmers, people that are
Yes.
producing food.
Yeah.
So that was my idea there, because the elephant in the room is all the damn golf courses. If we have the rate, we can do it to the golf courses and nobody cares. I mean, it's real, and if they dry them up, I'm a tennis
Well,
player,
that's an
but
interesting- yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And then we give the exemption to the real farmers.
Mhm.
That's, I think, within the realm of what we're doing here, and we're targeting, kind of getting back to, God, how come, well, we can have them come before the drought committee, made up of the farmers that are on the drought committee. I'm a schedule, you know,
Isn't
as I
Nick
said
a
earlier.
Schedule F?
Schedule F.
Is
But,
he a producer?
well, the farmers would have to say he is.
I am a Schedule F.
It's just a tax thing, but then you'd have to still get cleared by the committee. That's what I said.
No, it's called a tax
We did
Well-
talk about identifying
But that's what, it's a filter. You do it, nobody can come in if they're not even claiming it, and so the marijuana guys, I don't know if they're
No,
not
they
claiming
can't.
it.
They
Right, so
cannot,
they,
no.
sorry, but they're making bank. But somebody like Nick, I don't claim it, but, you know, with
You
my,
could.
my bees and my llamas and stuff, I'm not gonna come, you know, farmers are like, get out of here, you know, you're not a real farmer.
Right.
So that's where the actual, and then we're giving it back to the power of the people. So, and the only reason I'm advocating that again is because if you don't have it, then you can't do it to the golf courses.
Right.
And the big old, you know, my leg of the pines, whatever they do with their irrigation.
McMansions, as Otis calls them.
Well,
McMansions?
I get a miner's in,
Yeah?
and I wouldn't expect to get a relief, because I'm
Right.
just a gentleman farmer. So, that's what I mean, if you have it, you can do it to all the others, and then exempt the people that are actually producing food. And as the golf courses come up, it was always, how do you get those golf courses to do this? And if they got the drought rate,
How many, I wonder what that is as an actual percentage, so how many golf courses do we have up here in our district? What, 4?
I think,
I mean, I'm guessing that it's like not really material.
more importantly, it's everybody that.
I don't know how much they use.
that-
Chip, how much do the golf courses, don't know how much?
He's saying 9, but I
Well,
like
no,
your
that's the
idea.
number of them.
Like, well, Chris had a really good idea as well about making a drought fund. And if you did kind of like the rate stabilization fund, do a drought fund.
Drought
You had an
fund, yeah.
interesting idea
Yes.
about that.
Well, that came out of that. I wanted to back up and say, we talked in the committee about, calling them bona fide farmers, not just Schedule F farmers because you gotta have a couple of the criteria in there to
Right.
make a bona
To
fide
make-
farmer. A person actually producing food for their living, period.
And they have to make a certain amount of money
And they would have.
annually,
Right, and or the ag commissioner would approve them, and or they would bring their schedule up. So I'm in favor of doing that, because that's, that makes it more, you know, we are still an irrigation district.
Exactly.
And we recognize we all need food.
And we put Brad on the doggone drought committee,
Yeah.
and
He
he
should
can
be
decide
head of
who
the
the real
drought
farmers
committee.
are.
Right.
You and Sue. You guys
And Dave Barheit and all the rest of them.
Dave, yeah, you guys can all be on
But I
it.
mean, literally, that's a way to go about it. I don't, whatever wants.
We're working, you know, we're trying. We're trying.
Is that raw water or treated?
I'm
It's raw.
talking about raw on that one. Yeah.
Raw.
Yes, just irrigation water.
Yeah, the farmers, yeah. Yes, they do.
So,
Oh, I don't know where that leads.
are you ready?
Well, where that leads us, I mean, I heard sentiment for not adopting the drought rates at this time.
That was hers.
That was, I was asking if that was possible.
Of course it's possible.
And then, but then he had a
I
good
was
idea.
saying keep them in there, but give the exemption.
But given the-
And I agree with you.
And that makes, I think that makes
And we don't,
sense.
I don't
What do
know,
you think?
where would we polish
I mean, I'm curious, really.
Who are we polishing?
See, if we don't have the drought rate for the farmers, then everybody doesn't have a drought rate.
Correct.
And then we're hurting in the drought again.
Right. And
We're not trying to make up for last time,
And
we're
Lo-
just, there's
and
gonna
Laura-
be another drought.
And Laura and I have talked about this, or some of us have talked about the conundrum of, we have to have revenue to keep the district going. Where should that come from? In a drought situation, where should that come from?
Well, that's where the fix.
So, that's why we have these changes for fixed and a drought. Those two are new to this proposal, correct? Those ideas?
No, not new, but it's a different mindset. So we were much more heavily on the volumetric side and less on the fixed side, and this is making the fixed and the volumetric closer to parity. And so it is a bit of
But we're not gonna do the 45.
No way.
well,
I'm just saying,
we're
we're not gonna get to parity.
No,
We're just
I
gonna-
wasn't saying that. But what we're talking about is something different. Is to split the base rate and the volumetric rate 50-50 rather than what we're doing now, which is nowhere close to 50-50. And so it might be of interest to take some of these issues one at a time. You know, what's the board's feeling on, you know, philosophically on splitting the fixed and variable rates on a 50-50 basis? I personally support that concept. It is a paradigm shift for the district within these rates. I think, Ren's frowning.
Well, I understood his question. Getting there, I think, is a good intention. Just because there will be droughts and God, you do have to insulate yourself. But to do it all at once, and no.
Well, 50
So integral small steps towards that, and then we see, how did it work for everybody? And
Right.
did a drought roll up, and how did we do? Rather than just the 45 and tearing the Band-Aid off.
Well, I wasn't talking
So
about, I wasn't
philosophically- no,
talking
no,
about,
I'm saying
wasn't talking about the
philosophically,
45. I was talking
moving-
about the 50-50 split.
No, I understand, but that's the reason that was in there.
Right, so
was
you
to
can
move
have a
us
50-50
towards
split
50-50.
and have something less than a 45 first year.
I don't think we have to be 50-50, but moving us from where we're at to a little bit of insulation for the next drought is what
That's why I propose that we do a compromise on that. And I propose the 9.5 for 3 years.
And see, I think it should be 5 for 3 years.
Or 5.72 or 5.
Whatever, 5.72.
5.72.
5.72 is what the,
5.72.
that's on the volumetric.
Well, yeah, and that should be
Right.
on the base for both. Okay, so if you do 5.72.
That's what I'd say.
Yeah,
5.72, 5.72, 5.72.
And stop it at 3 years.
And the 3 years
Do a
gives us
cost
a
of
chance to
service
do
study.
exactly,
See where we are.
but leaves
Okay.
the,
Leave the drought-
leave the
drought
hydro
out.
thing, the little pain in the ass hydro thing where people are taking our water and not paying a premium for it. That thing, I didn't realize it was an issue, but.
All two of them?
I know, but let Rem win one anyway. He'd get that and then keep the hydro in with this exemption thing. Now, I'm not falling on my sword for this, but I just, the drought rate seems like it makes sense. I know it's arduous on everybody, but if you relieve the people that are really using it for, and then if we have a good baseline for the consumptive use, for the treated water people, where we truly have some baseline thing that doesn't get affected by the drought. Is that? I'm getting creative here. This is what.
Well, that one would require, what was the term used for, we can't change the.
Methodology.
The methodology, that would be a change in the methodology if we moved towards an
exemption for, farmers?
Well, not the exemption, he's talking about the treated water.
Treated water is having so many gallons per day comes with your base rate.
All right. Correct. I would agree with that.
We'd have to do that with another, in 3 years.
That would be the next time
we'd have
the
to do
district
that
goes
right.
through that.
Because I like that idea too.
And then we don't have it, look, right on. The people came up with it, I was just listening all morning, but.
But we can't do that, we can't do that today. But that's,
No, I know, it's true. So we're close here, I think we're noodling around.
We're noodling. What?
Well, what we're talking about is not going 5 years, but coming down to 3 years. This is already this year, and then we'll start the studies and see what real savings we get. And then it's one thing to ask for it, another thing to see it, and you gotta go at least through one billing budget cycle, and so we're not doing this every year, and we did spend $100,000, so if we're cutting it 2 years short, we're only losing $40,000 of the $100,000, because then you'll be doing it again. And everybody gets a fresh bite at the apple, you guys.
Hey, Rem, I want to ask you, because in those rates meetings, I asked you, and you affirmatively answered that, yes, you would hire a consultant to do and look at cost cutting. And where is that at?
Oh, you mean in engineering?
Well, you said you were going to start in engineering,
Yes.
and then
So
go through each department.
Right, so we've done finance. We've had them come in and do a financial efficiency study in there, and then we've driven a lot of that process. The next step was to do engineering, and we're working on that now.
And you're working on it now?
Yeah.
When do we as board members get to see the results of those? Because I'm really I really believe we need to do cost cutting and that it is possible. I really believe it.
Okay.
Okay,
I
know.
I can tell you that staff's fully prepared to begin
Good.
redesigning the 2019 budget after this meeting.
Uh-huh.
Rate design?
No.
Redesign.
Depending on what the board decides today, staff's gonna have to go back to the 2019 budget and rejigger the budget and come back to the board to amend the 2019 budget. We have to make them match.
Well, you have to make the match, but
Yeah.
I'm asking for like a greater step. Making a match is one thing.
Yes.
But cost cutting is a different thing.
Yes.
Do you guys agree or not?
Well, we're gonna.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna.
So making a match.
Making a match the budget is different, that's correct.
That is different than actually cutting costs.
Right.
And so, I'm just keep coming back to this, I keep harping on it. I think we really need to cut costs.
So Director Heck, I would recommend that you make that part of your motion.
I
So
intend
at the end
to.
of this meeting, the board will have made a decision, and management is prepared to go to the 2019 budget and adjust the budget as necessary.
Or maybe separate motions,
Yeah, separate motions probably.
As you like.
Too cluttered into one motion.
Yeah, it's too cluttered.
Hold on, you have to make it part of the same motion.
Oh, really?
We only have one item before the board right now.
I would
It can
greatly
be a subject
appreciate
to?
if ultimately, once the board comes to some kind of consensus on this, and I realize there's got to be more discussion here, but the form of adoption really needs to be a resolution. So if you can maybe start identifying the issues where there's consensus,
Look
and
at the
then,
resolution you're telling us?
well, we will need to make amendments to that resolution to implement whatever the consensus of the board is. So, once you get to that consensus and can tell us what to do, what I would ask is for a brief recess so that we can huddle together and make changes. We'll project it on the screen and then walk through it.
Okay. Can cost cutting be separate from 218? We could bring that to APC.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we could agendize it.
Yeah, but you know
and/or
what? I know, but
if
I've
we
been
wanna do it
asking,
today,
I wanna do it today. I wanna make it part of this. If I'm gonna vote for a rate increase, I can
Okay.
only do that in good conscience.
Right on. I was
with
just asking if we
cost-cutting as
could,
part of it.
to keep it uncluttered. The other thing, we were still gonna cap the spending.
That's right.
We got the cap on the spending on the dam coming up on the next APC meeting?
Yes, sir, we need to
Okay.
discuss that.
Okay, I mean, again, Ricky and I are looking at trying to get that done, but it can be done at committee and then brought back to the board.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
So now
separate.
now I'm confused between what Dustin said and what you said, Ricky. You wanna do it today. I heard him say we can't, we shouldn't. No, in the
No, what I'm
resolution,
saying is,
put
rather
cost-cutting in
than,
the resolution.
yes, the adoption would be, adoption of resolution,
2019 dash 06.
correct.
Presumably.
And what I'm
Whereas-
asking for
whereas-
is, once the board has reached consensus on what you want to do,
Now therefore.
give us recess for 15 minutes, give us an opportunity to make revisions to the resolution that is in your packet.
Computer, very nice.
We will come back.
21st century.
We'll project them on the screen in track changes format, so you see exactly where changes were made, to make sure it's consistent with whatever your consensus
Can we
is.
get the redacted?
Yeah, we wanna see that.
I don't want anyone to, but, sorry.
No, the red line.
I drank
Help us
caffeine
see
at
the
lunch.
See the red line.
Okay. Ricky, you
But
can
in
make a
that-
motion, or am I gonna make a motion?
Are we ready for motion? Is
I'm
everybody
ready for
done talking?
I'm ready for a motion.
Were you gonna move?
No, we're not ready for a motion until we have a resolution
Right.
before us.
So tell us,
Oh,
tell us what you're
Right,
doing.
that's what I thought.
oh, we have to create a resolution now, because this one's.
Otherwise, we have
this
nothing
one-
to vote on.
Right.
Okay,
We can't just say we stick our numbers in this one?
so Chris and I had on the volumetric and the fixed, we could either go 5.72, 5.72, 5.72, 5.72. You were suggesting 5.72 on the top and 9.5 on the fixed, and then 9.5.
No,
So,
and I want 5.72 all the way across the
okay,
board,
so,
for 3 years. I like your 3-year idea.
okay. So
Where's Nick?
I'm happy, that's what I was,
Where am I? I'm hiding over
Where
here.
did
He's
it-
hiding behind me.
It sounds like, the Miller resolution.
Ricky Farms a good screen here.
5.72 across the board for 3 years.
Hopefully.
Of course we are.
Hopefully.
Am I there? No, I'm not.
Well,
Gonna
But that
box
doesn't
you
mean,
out.
that
I know,
doesn't
we're
mean
very
you can't
entertained.
take a vote.
so you're kinda okay with, I'm trying to give Justin direction, so 5.72 across the board.
5.72 across the
Above the
board.
board, yes,
For 3 years.
for 3 years.
For 3 years.
Are you,
I don't like it, but
Yeah, I don't like it either,
we
but,
gotta go type it up, I mean, we gotta give them time.
well, 5.72 across the board and cost cutting.
Yeah, well, yes.
Okay, there's gonna
He's
be.
put, that part you're getting in.
Okay, that's good.
We'll keep the hydro or not keep the we'll keep the hydro.
Yes.
The drought one.
Yes.
Is the exemption for farmers and then keep it? I'm
Well, wait,
advocating.
how about if so we know we're not gonna be in a drought year this year?
That's the thing.
Why don't we eliminate it for this year, and then we can revisit
Hold our
it?
breath that we won't have a drought in the next couple of years.
Well, we
Right,
won't,
no,
well,
right.
we're not gonna have it this year,
No,
that's
I know,
for
and then
sure.
we're already in the year no,
But
I'm,
yeah.
are we stuck for 3 years?
No, you as a board control this.
Right.
Your drought stages, I mean, I want to qualify a little bit, because we don't know what the state of California could do.
Understood.
I mean, they
That's-
could say,
Right.
you shall impose
Exactly.
Oh, it's a drought
stage,
because San
yeah.
Joaquin's out of water. Yeah, like
But
they did last time.
Assuming that future event does not happen, you as a board, as we sit here today under today's laws, control your drought declaration.
Mhm.
So if there's a future where whether it's next year or 2 years from now, you can revisit this discussion and say, whatever,
Well, then
in
our-
light of
In light of the
financial concerns,
declaration
we're not going to impose the drought rates.
today.
By adopting them, so there's a key distinction I want to make the board aware of. By adopting the rates, you don't have to implement the rates. Those are
Okay.
two separate things.
And we could work at that at committee level, and then
can.
come with the criteria to do so if.
No, wait.
Or the board has the right to turn them on and off.
Right.
Yeah.
But
No,
unless
I'm
you
saying
have them,
let's
you can't turn them
off
on
for
and
this
off.
year, and then we'll just sort of see where it goes.
But we're
Because
talking
we
about,
could turn
but we're
them
talking
on
about
again
three,
if we have
if
to.
it's in there.
Yeah.
If it's in there, right, I'm
I
suggesting
don't
we.
see a point in what would save if we say don't do them this year. Once,
We're not doing them this year because it's not a drought.
Well,
It's not a drought.
Yeah, but we're moving forward
We want 'em in
with
there.
precedent on that issue by putting them in there. So I would be in favor of leaving them in there.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Laura, you said you didn't like it, so could she have a few moments to just explain what it is that you don't like?
Oh, I've already explained the things I don't like about it, but I just don't like the way it was prepared. I don't like the cost of service study. I think it was misleading. I don't know that it's defensible. Maybe it is. We've been told that it is, but it just doesn't feel right to me. If it was me, I would say let's wait till let's do some serious soul searching here. I wanted to see that budget without the rate increase. I thought that was disingenuous to say we were going to assume that these revenues were coming in when it wasn't even through the rate committee. It wasn't even heard from the board. It was our first day on the job. It was just awful. So my personal preference would be let's hold for a year. Let's go through some serious tighten our belt where we have to. This will give us some incentive. But if my 4 board members compadres want to do it, I'm just one voice.
Chip can tell us exactly.
65% of normal or something.
Difference
Yeah.
if there's no storm.
How many years it's been?
Right.
We're in a banner year, yeah.
Right.
You'll make a lot of money at the current rate, just say, use it all up.
Well, it means that the water spills over the dams, and you don't get to use it because we don't control it.
It melts and flows.
You won't,
we had another
there's so much water available,
year.
there's no way you can use it up this year.
But if you had another reservoir, you could store it.
I will state, if you guys decide how that water is used and released from those dams, from Sawmill all the way down, and not listen to the State Water Resource Board, you'll do a lot better job in managing the system. I personally know this.
We did pretty good for the last 100 years.
We all see
State's been
the
getting more
sun
and more.
shining, we know what the temperature is up in our mountains, and we always have to figure out how much that stuff melts. How full is Rollins?
Full.
It's a little too full.
It'll be
Drop it
spilling.
down a little bit. Doesn't take rocket science. I'll do it for you.
Let's get back to where we were.
That's irrelevant.
So do you have your marching orders, Dustin? What are you?
5.72, include cost-cutting language, and include, please, a new cost of service study to examine actual costs to be brought to the board no later than, I would say, the end of third quarter or something. I don't know, how long does it take?
Modeled after this.
Yeah, modeled after the one that was
yeah.
actually, that was an actual cost of
Yeah,
service.
That's fine.
full year.
What we wanna do anyway.
Nothing about poverty included.
No,
We
we've
have a
got,
base
Poverty is
line
included.
discussion.
Poverty is included. Or was included in
That
our.
was what I was saying.
Yeah.
For your fix, you get
Where'd it go?
something.
well, is it still, do we still have the $500,000 in the budget to supplement rates for folks of
Not if we
lower?
cut the
Yeah,
budget.
for now.
Well, that's a budget.
Oh, we will have to keep that.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, well, that would be my,
No cut to the CIP, no cut to the CIP.
I know, that's right.
No cut to the CIP.
No cut to my favorite program.
Yes.
I was hearing earlier, Vicki, that you wanted to implement this in June, I believe you said.
well, I was gonna say, implement the rate increase June 1st, not May 1st, which is.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
But my question is,
Yeah.
okay, there's $500 million for poverty.
500,000.
500,000.
500,000. We win.
No, 500,000, yeah,
Is there some system set up for this to be distributed?
not yet, but
Not
we
yet.
need to have one.
That cannot happen, that increase cannot happen until there's some kind of system set up to identify who's.
I know, I don't know, Rem, what was your idea about how to do that? Cause I don't know, that's not my area.
We hadn't gotten to that
It hasn't
point
been
yet.
approved
We've
yet.
been
Has to
trying to
be
get
approved, then have a system.
all this other,
Well, it was
this other
approved
stuff.
in the budget. the
It was
2019
approved in the
budget.
budget, but we didn't know that we were gonna have money to do it. So that's one of those things that
Isn't
we've
that
been dealing with,
interesting how
this stuff.
budget was-
But we'll know that the state is already creating this program, so it may not be the district may not be the one to do it.
Oh, you're saying the state is doing this, sort of
That's
like they
correct.
did on the energy side? Well, I think we need to have something, because there's gonna be, whenever the state does it, it might be a year or two from now, because they're so slow. And we wanna be able to have something here for our folks, and maybe you just use the county's, criteria.
So that issue will come back to you.
Yeah.
As part of the budget discussion to
Okay.
align
Okay,
with
perfect.
your actions
Right on, okay.
potentially today.
No, don't let me
No.
rub off on you, girl. You're better than I am.
Sure. Mr. President, let's see, do I have to make it in a form of resolution?
No, they have to do the resolution.
No.
Oh, you gotta go do that first, before we have a motion?
So we have one addition of a now be it therefore resolved, and that
Okay,
is the
okay.
5% cost cutting on the budget.
Right.
We have, the question that I have right now is the date that we become effective. Right now, the resolution has the rates be effective May 1.
I would say June 1, that would be my.
And the one lady today said do it January 1st, but I didn't, that's on the.
Is it true it's retroactive on the bill, on the raw water bills?
No, right now
Yeah,
it's
no retro.
May 1st, so we would
No
prorate.
retro.
We would prorate on.
Prorated forward, but not
Yeah,
retroactive.
that's correct.
Okay.
Retro.
Yeah.
So,
That would be the letter.
whatever Ricky said, June 1st?
Well, I was suggesting June 1st, definitely as opposed to May 1st, which had been the.
And I was trying to go with the ladies' January 1st thing.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
I mean, it doesn't.
October 1st.
It doesn't, even September, I mean, it doesn't have to wait till January, but, we just put our feet up for them. You don't want us to do that time.
All good. Start at the board kind of thing.
I'll use a little more water.
I think there's a lot of issues that we haven't really thought out.
That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
here,
there
is get it
are.
done.
And I think you really need to have more time to think this over. I happen to agree with Laura. She doesn't agree with any of this cost increase, because there's a lot of questions and everything that you don't have answers for. It's a money thing, we understand that. But where it's gonna come, how much it's gonna be, we're all over the board. Mr. Beerwagen here, he's basically shooting for 10%. I'm just rather. You're headed for.
5 or less.
We've pretty much
I
got the
heard Scott
5.72.
say a little bit ago, he was in favor, let's just make it 3 for 1 year, call it quits.
No, 3 years.
Well, whatever.
5.72 is what I've said,
So,
just across the board.
I think it's.
So right on.
Tossed around, and a lot of silent voices haven't been really heard, and I'm really agreeing with Laura, because she has a lot of questions, and she's going up against the 4 of you, with a lot of questions still in mind that you don't have answers for, and now you're going to kind of come together with some kind of a mutual agreement.
Exactly.
It's kind of called
Called
compromise.
politics.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, it's called compromise.
Compromise.
So, I mean, I'll
Is this
just tell you,
for
I'm not in favor of a rate
September
increase.
1st?
Yeah.
September 1st?
I'm not in
Let's go
favor of a
September
rate
1st.
increase, but I know
I'm
that
not in favor.
3 of my colleagues are in favor of a much bigger rate increase. So what do? You try to compromise and bring everyone together. That's where I'm at. Okay.
Just for the record, I was totally in favor of this study, okay, and adopting it. At the time we voted on it at the board level, I had to compromise that day to even get it forward. So I've already compromised there once, and bringing it
Which
down.
was me asking him to work with me
Right.
today,
That's
once
how
we got to
there.
this point.
That's how we got to a discussion about
But you gotta do the process
9.5,
first.
okay, so that's not, the exorbitant number was the 45 for treated base. So, I'm, also trying to, we're trying to have a unified board on this, and I'm, also, to make one more point, I believe that we're not in dire straits, okay, we're not in dire straits. We are looking fiscally forward to the things we've talked about and the justification. We didn't even talk about our policy for reserves or the bond rating, okay, which are two big things that we need to keep, filling the coffers for, okay? Those are big things that we haven't even talked about. So, I've already compromised twice now to keep this going forward.
And your favorite director just queries.
Yes.
You need to motion once in a while.
So, that's where we are.
I'm being literal. No, I'm answering his question. He said a quiet voice, blah, blah, a lot of good questions. Right, so where's the resolution?
Right.
So we're up to June 1st.
June 1st,
On
yes.
the date, sorry.
Oh, I thought you and I were September.
I
Where-
was
where
kicking
were
it
you?
around.
You were June.
I was June,
You
but
were
then
pointed to
someone
you
else
and
said
said June.
then he said January, and I said September, and they said September, so where are you? You're with June.
Get it together, leave it alone. You don't want my, yes, sir.
What I find ludicrous is that we've got 3 new board members that were elected to keep the rates down. I find it ludicrous that Mr. Beerwagon keeps on saying that we must raise rates. I don't think you were elected to raise rates. I thought you were elected.
Where did it say that in your, where did it say that in your ballot? Where did it say that in your ballot?
He's
No.
challenging what you
Say
said.
that you were supposed to raise rates.
Well, it didn't say either. It doesn't say either.
You're going against the constituents.
No, I'm not. I got six calls since this has come
I
out.
got 37 people that spoke against it today.
Correct. And I have 6,100 votes, okay? 6,000.
They all want rate.
They all didn't call, okay? That's where that is. I'm,
Mr. Chair, can we ask people to come to the microphone, please?
All right, so, I think what other details do you need?
I think we're good.
Okay.
We will draft, make changes and track changes.
What-
I need to know the 5%, I need to understand.
5.72
No, no,
across
so
the
it's
board.
5.72 except for the third year fixed rate is 5.
Well,
Yeah, because
Is
that's right.
it
That-
said
because
10
that
They
in
was-
make it 5 all the way across.
It said
5.72.
Yeah,
he
third
had it
year
as
is 5 point and 10.
10, so we could go 5.7.
Yeah, you can go with 5.72.
There's a, where's
Just
Marvin?
Put that over to him, show him, maybe he just doesn't have that page.
No, I'm going.
Oh, well, it's right up there.
it's right up there.
Oh, no, see, that says something different. Look at, it
Is
says
that the 900?
2021, that says 5%, and this one says 10% here.
Yes.
Do you see that difference? Yes.
I've never seen that. See, this is.
Come to the microphone. Marin,
This was never.
Marin.
Acknowledge the
come to
historic vote
microphone.
count. Doing what,
Laura Peter's suggestion that we, you had an historic vote count, and that's what it was asking for. Please pull back. Don't do this today. 3,900% increase.
something, I hear you, we're trying to get something done.
That
I
would be
hear
my,
you.
that would be my proposal.
I don't, yeah. What you got up there, Marvin?
That's the actual rate, and the key is
So it is 5 in the third year?
third year, it's set at 5%.
Okay, so it has to be 5.
That's because you'd be higher than the rate that we put in.
This one?
No, I think I gave you.
So it has to be 5 in the third year?
Yes,
Oh.
need to qualify,
Okay.
I'm going by memory. Oh,
There's the clarity, 5.72 across the board.
This is the last meeting.
Give us a chance to do all these things.
Okay, now, all right. I'm talking about what happened, what I recall happened.
Third year.
I know, and I remember Willie Pearson and the
Okay,
guy.
one voice.
They opposed everything.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, I
No,
think we
five-
get a proposal,
I don't think it was 5%, as much as we can.
as
I
much
wouldn't
as we
stop
can,
at I
with
would
the
not
goal
stop
of
at
5%.
Minimum.
5%
So
minimum,
5%
but
is
if,
a number that staff, they have to have a finite number
yeah,
to work
if
with.
so, goal
Yeah,
of 5%.
5%.
And if they can do more, then I will bring them champagne.
Are you in favor?
After hours.
Are you in favor of that?
To look at,
5%?
to look at a 5%?
Yeah, I know, me too.
Look at it.
And I'm not talking about, what do you call it, El Chandon or whatever, I'm talking, yeah, I'm talking about good champagne.
So 5% minimum is the wording.
Yes.
Stop there. 5% minimum cut, it won't be in next month.
So 5%. Thank you, Brad. No, not at all.
Well, these are the 5.
So 2019 to this year's budget?
Yes, to 2019, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, request, brief recess.
You got all the details?
How long?
Gonna be in a recess while these guys type it up.
Half an hour, 20 minutes? 20 minutes.
Okay.
30 minutes. Do these folks have, does anybody out here have what they need?
Everybody has, so I printed 20 copies of it.
Okay.
So if anybody wants a copy of the resolution here, we'll Would you like us to walk through it?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
There's red, there's blue, and.
I'm sorry, what?
Open the meeting.
Okay, so this is red line. I don't know why.
The red line's on the wall.
The red line is on the wall, and so what is in red has been added or changed,
What is
right?
red and blue?
And what is in blue? What is the
It
difference?
was added as well, so some of it's me adding.
Oh, some of it's you adding and some of it's Justin adding. Okay, that's just the way the program works. Thank you for the red line. It's so much easier to figure out what's different.
You might as well stay on that side, Dustin, and walk them through it. Or you want to be over here?
Marvin, would you mind scrolling up, please? And I'll just, I think there's changes.
Yeah, there's changes in the whereases. We have two additions. Oh, you
Okay,
missed it. Go back the other direction.
Are we back live?
So that starts on page 3, right?
Yes.
That red line? Yes.
Yes. Okay, board, so what you have before you is your resolution that is in the agenda in track changes format. So where changes were made, it's either in strike-through or underline. So we're at, you can see the first change that we've made is page 3. You are not adopting the proposed increases. You're adopting something less than that, actually. Then I've added 2 whereas clauses. Basically, this is a finding of the board that what the rates you are contemplating adopting in this resolution are universally less than what was in your cost of service study and what was in your notice. And the reason I want to see you make that finding is because I don't want to see somebody challenging the district, alleging that you have to redo the Proposition 218 process to implement these reduced rates. If you don't mind, scroll down, Rem. Okay, so number 5 there, you are no longer contemplating adopting the proposed schedule of rates. That would have, that was what was included in your cost of service study and your notices. You see the change in years from a 5-year period to a 3-year period. We will get to Exhibit A. I'm sure Marvin will walk through that, but you have a new Exhibit A as well. That's why you don't see, it's basically gut and amend. The Exhibit A that was attached to your original resolution is now entirely new. And like I said, Marvin will walk through that. Item 6 there, we're changing the effective date from May 1 to June 1. And we are also changing the duration of the rate change from 5 years to 3 years. Items 7, 8, and 9 are all numbers given by Rem and Marvin. So if there's questions there, I'll defer to them. But the math changed, obviously, with the change in the number of years.
Oh, so 34 is crossed out.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah,
And then
because it's
22
a shorter
is the new
period.
number.
34 would be over 5 years, right?
Hard to
Yeah.
see the cross out up there.
So all we did was go ahead and pull the 3-year block.
Right on. See? 5's crossed out, I got you.
Right.
Okay.
I have a question. 3.6, 7.2, it says 8. So
Which number?
3 years, number 8.
Yeah.
3.6. So it's 3. It's more than half, right? 3 years out of 5 years, but it's less than half on the. I mean, how did it go down to 3.6 from 8.2?
We're going to have less interest revenue off of our earnings as we dig into the reserves more heavily as a result of this reduced rate.
But her point is that it's, like, the math doesn't quite work out.
Because we're
2/3 versus half.
No, it's not, because we're reducing, had we stayed with the old rate package, that would be the case, but because the fact that we're going to 5.72 across the board means that we're gonna be leveraging into additional reserves, meaning that we're gonna make less interest.
Okay.
So it's not linear.
So it's not.
Not linear.
Not linear.
There we go.
Good wordage.
Good question. I didn't get it.
Numbers 11 and 12 are new. I'll just read
Oh, they
them.
get the minimum in there, okay.
Yes, we like that.
Uh,
All right.
11 is district staff is directed to develop options for presentation to the Board of Directors at a future public board meeting to reduce the 2019 budget by a minimum of 5%.
Can we set a target instead of just saying a future public board meeting? I mean, it could be December, you know? If we're gonna make changes to the 2019 budget, it seems like it needs to be done sooner rather than later. What would work for you, Rem, because I know this places a burden on you and staff.
So we have one meeting in May that's already
Right.
really heavy, so June would probably be the first time I could bring something.
So what about July?
Okay.
If we could say July.
The second meeting in July?
Yeah, the second meeting in July, and that gives staff and you time to,
And we
yeah.
canceled the first, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
It was my birthday.
Is that why we canceled it?
Sure. Sure.
So instead of future public board meeting, it says at a public board meeting,
How about you just say directors at the July board meeting?
there you go.
Because there's only one in July. Yes.
One in July.
That'll
Okay,
work.
perfect, thank you.
Good there? Okay. Item 12, district staff is directed to deliver a new cost of service study under Proposition 218 in the first quarter of 2020, utilizing a more detailed cost justification for allocations between raw and treated water customers.
Can we say an accurate cost justification for allocation?
No, no. Whose definition?
Whose definition of accurate?
Yeah.
I know, I
It's just
know.
a funny qualifier.
Could we say based upon, I mean, in a perfect world?
More detailed. Is what. it
Well,
says.
I understand it says more detailed.
Cost justification for
But more
allocation
detailed
between-
could be only halfway between what we saw and what we got.
But you're getting the whole four allocations between raw and treated water, that's new, isn't it?
No, that's
Because
what.
that's the old study. That's what we didn't do this time.
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
That's the
new part.
That's the
Oh, okay.
punchline, that's why I asked in the room,
Oh,
what,
oh.
Language to get us to the 08 study.
that's how that was done before, should
Okay.
show the actual
Is
allocation.
Bartlewell still in business, by the way? I mean, I would think they've got all, I mean, they have all our canals, the canals haven't changed, they, you know.
Anyway.
And isn't
Anyway,
it cost
okay.
for service? It's not just detailed cost justification, it's detailed cost for
Of
service.
service,
Of
that's,
service.
that's
Is that the
true.
word? Okay.
Yeah, a more detailed cost of service, because
Of
isn't that what this?
service. And then
other
you would
thing-
say including allocations between. Sorry, we're all
Yeah.
wordsmithing on you now.
Okay, 2020, utilizing a more detailed cost of
Of service.
service for allocations between raw and treated water
It could be
customers?
cost of service justification, you know, to,
No,
or, I don't care.
So a more detailed cost of service or justification for, cost of service, a more detailed cost of service justification for allocation between raw and treated water customers.
Is it justification needs to be in there?
Justification four should drop and
I think
say,
so. Cost of service.
highlighting allocations between, or, you know, I mean, you're trying to say.
Cost
that
of service
as a
for
part-
allocations between raw and treated water customers.
Cost of service, including the allocations, or specifying
Where's missing?
cost of service,
Where's Sid when you need her?
more detailed cost of service study.
Where's Sid when you need
You probably wanna have the word study. Cost of service study.
That's correct, I would agree.
Uh,
Cost of service study for
Specifically,
allocation.
specifically including allocations between raw and treated? I mean, that's, we just wanna get back to the 2008 study.
That's right,
And that was how they did it, was they were looking at.
that's right.
Justifying allocation?
Including,
I think
justification's a weird word.
Yeah.
It's just not working. So, including, or specifically,
Or including,
specifics?
Or including, no, it'd just be including.
Just
including,
Cost of service study, including allocations between.
or do we wanna say specific allocation?
Specific.
Yeah, I think Scott's right, specific allocation. It's okay,
Allocation between raw and
we
treated
can
water.
do the best we can do, better than what we have.
Cause that's the direction on the cost of service study.
We wanna actually look at the allocations.
Utilizing a more detailed cost of service study, including specific allocations between raw and treated water.
Yeah. Throw in a, semicolon or a comma after the word study and you'll have it. I'll leave the,
Yeah, there you go. Punctuation.
yeah, some sort of.
So the whole directive is the district staff is directed to deliver a new cost of service study under Proposition 218 in the first quarter of 2020, utilizing a more detailed cost of service study, including specific allocations between raw and treated water customers.
Yep.
Does that give you the essence of the 2008 study? Okay. Next.
So we got.
Oh, that's it. Well, where's the rate?
5%.
So.
So yeah, then where are the rates?
Where's Marvin? Marvin, why don't you come up and,
Wait a minute, what about number 14?
14.
Waiving
12,
the
14.
unrestricted designated.
Oh, yeah, we didn't talk about this at all.
Waive district policy.
That's a problem.
Unrestricted designated area.
It means that they're waiving their policy. If they don't waive their policy, then they're in violation of their own policy. Because they're below 6 months.
Oh, that's our 6-month thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we waive it just for the 3 years?
That's all you're doing right now.
That's what.
Okay.
This is that resolution. And you're making it 6 months? No.
No, we're just waiving it.
Oh, just waiving it, period.
Because we're not even gonna be,
Because we're gonna fall back.
We're not gonna have any,
We're gonna fall back again.
not gonna have any.
No, we're gonna have a lot because we're gonna cut costs.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay? So then at the top was the rates?
so you have so this resolution attached to it is
Oh,
an Exhibit A,
It's in here, in the exhibit, okay.
and there is a new Exhibit A.
I know. Fine.
We'll project it on the screen here.
Everybody.
Armin, you loaded up? Are you ready to go?
Oh, so that's also true. You know what, this is hard to track with this. Marvin? So this has actual numbers and this has percentages. And so it makes this hard to track with, because we're saying 5.72%.
Right.
This, you can't tell what this is unless you sit down and every person in the room
Yes.
uses their
Yeah.
calculator.
My argument too.
Yeah.
It's
I was,
okay.
I was looking for the percentage.
I know, it's like, where are the percentages?
Well, so what drives what you do is your notice. So
Right.
the
Oh, that-
table mimics what your notice provided for.
That has to be what that is.
And if you put them side by side, you will notice this new Exhibit A is
Oh,
across
boy.
the board a reduction
Oh, maybe-
compared to what was proposed in the notice.
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Now I'm really confused. I think I need, oh, wait, you know what? I'll bet that's your copy right there.
Staff report.
Did I give you the one that was 5.7?
There, that should be it. Oh, there's multiple copies? Okay.
Remember the
Oh,
statement
this
base?
one, this one?
Yeah, I better take one. And then Scott, do you have one?
There. Okay. I got the
Is
new
that,
one.
are you sure that's the
This
new
is
one?
the new one, I think.
Are they dated
Oh, I
or
don't-
timed or anything so we can keep track?
No.
Well, these programs also have a way of doing it.
It's on page 23.
Of the original packet?
Okay,
Page
so
23?
today
Page
is
23, there was a copy of
424.
in the agenda today.
This guy?
Four
Okay.
24 at 4:50 at 5 o'clock.
27.
Oh, this is gonna compare these two that we're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
23.
I would
I-
think-
Only if the president. says
What's the
so.
question?
The question is, I don't see anything on here, maybe I'm just not seeing it, about the low income, $500,000, and that there's gonna be a plan.
A fund?
implemented.
It's in the budget,
In the
so
budget.
unless it's specifically changed, it's still in the budget.
The money's in the budget, but where's the plan?
We don't have that, I mean, our staff has said.
Could it be said that there will be a plan by such and such a date, or before the increase goes into effect? I mean, I'm saying, there are people out there that need it. And it doesn't seem like anybody's hearing that, I'm sorry.
I think, well, I'm hearing that.
I'd like to see it somewhere.
Where's the proper place to put that, Rem?
This is not the proper place to put that.
No, where is the proper place?
Board can give directive as an agenda item for the board, or it can be brought into a committee and then brought
Bring
forward
it
to the
to
full board.
APC on-
Because there's gonna be a policy that needs to be developed as part of that, and then mechanisms created around it, so.
So
it's a
next Wednesday, we could bring it to APC?
APC?
No.
We have a short APC meeting next Wednesday, isn't it?
No.
Or no, wait, or is it the WHO committee that's short? I don't know, I don't remember.
I'm just saying, if you're implementing a rate and you don't have a plan for the low income, that's inappropriate. You've got the money set aside, so there's no plan to
Mm-hmm.
give it to
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. It's been something that's been kind of like a dangling participle out there, right?
when you don't have a plan for how you're gonna help people that really need help.
You know, this was, you know, Nancy's idea way back in the rates committee meetings, way back, what, I don't know, last fall, summer. Oh, okay. Okay. I know, she's pretty.
So is this something we could get done before June 1st?
Or would it be July 1st?
Well,
I honestly don't have an idea. I mean, we could try, but I don't honestly have an idea how to build it, right? When we had talked about it, we set aside the money so that we could develop a program,
And then
because
people-
the rates were gonna be so high. Now the rates aren't gonna be as high as they were, so it's something for the board to weigh in on.
But some still can't afford it.
So we would have an appeal or apply for it?
Yes.
Like-
So when we
like
were
we
talking,
did with
when
the
we were
people
talking
with
about it, we were
getting
talking
not
about
funded
using,
by the feds.
using the county's program that, you know, we would tier off of that program, so you'd have to come to us with a county, you know, designation that you were low income and receiving benefit, and then that way we don't have to carry the administrative load of
Right.
managing that.
Right, we don't
But at
wanna
the s-
have to do
At
that.
the same time, the state is developing this program currently,
Well, that's,
so.
Right, but I think
but in the interim,
we need something in the
we could have
interim.
one here, and if it's based on the county, just some criteria, that's
Sure.
fine.
We just have not put staff time on this,
Okay.
and so,
So with that sketch, could we get it done by the June 1st date of the resolution? Or would this be a reason to bump the resolution back a month?
To July 1st,
Literally.
federal fiscal year, which
I don't know. I don't know. We're talking about developing a program that I have no frame of reference to say, yeah, I can do it, and at the same time.
From the county, I mean, the county has a whole social services department that they know how to qualify people and all that.
Right, as long as that's how we move forward, right, and we set, because the board's gonna have to make decisions on what level of income qualifies, how do they qualify, what does the district need, what is the benefit that we're gonna offer to them. There's a lot of decisions that have to happen in that, and I would caution, because currently, we're gonna bog down the district with redoing the 2019 budget as we're getting ready to start the 2020 budget in June, so that we can start working on the raw water master plan. At the same time, we're dealing with the PG&E bankruptcy. At the same time, we're dealing with Deer Creek Powerhouse coming online. At the same time, we're dealing with DSOD and the Scotts Flat Spillway, the powerhouse at Chicago Park, Columby Dam. I mean, we have a lot of heavy lifting to do right now.
Yeah, you do,
and so-
but that's why we have such trust in you. I mean, I'm not being facetious, I mean, you really are amazing, truly. And you're like the little Energizer bunny that runs around and can do all these things. And that's why you earn the big money.
It's true.
Quite honestly.
When the government had it shut down, huh? When the government had it shut down,
Yeah,
the federal government, we gave relief
we
to
did.
those people.
Yes,
It seemed like we, boom, did it overnight.
right.
You called me, I said, as
Yes.
chair,
Yeah,
sure,
that's
let's
right.
do that.
What did we, how
So
did
I'm
we
not
do that?
I mean, I hear you, I understand the devil's in the details, but I mean, we're just gonna have a fund that would be accessible
Correct.
by, if there's a county criteria, it doesn't seem like we could cut and paste almost. We
I-
create it at the committee level.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
We don't
I-
really need to recreate the wheel.
Okay, so Director Heck is right. I will stay up late. I can't help it.
We do have 24 hours a day. And I volunteered, I'll help out wherever I can.
It's all good. What we can do is, do we want to do directive from staff to bring, directive from the board to staff? Simple? No?
I think we're good. This is not agendized.
Yeah.
So, there's a nuance here that
Yes.
you as a board should be aware of.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
Proposition 218 actually does not permit lifeline rates. That is,
Oh.
you cannot use fee revenue generated from a water fee on a subsidy. So,
Except, we heard that before, but there was another way around that.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, in your budget, you have allocated, I believe, tax
Yeah,
proceeds.
there it is.
No, we've allocated
It's from hydro, right?
hydro revenue.
Okay, thank you. So, non-fee revenue that
We're
doesn't
allowed-
have this limitation on it.
Correct, yeah.
So, I think staff's gotten the point.
I will commit to bringing it to the APC, and we'll figure out how to build a policy on the spin,
July first.
Yeah, I think so.
So let's bump the date to July first from June first.
In the,
The resolution has,
It says the rates
we're
are gonna
bumping it
start
back so we can get to-
July 1, so we can put into place the lower income assistance.
have some structure for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's good. I mean, that
It's
makes
just
sense.
changing the date on the thing, that's fine.
You get it? All right.
Is that enough time for staff to do that?
I'm hearing it is.
I'm hearing it.
Enough time
What?
for staff to do that?
Then you only
I'll
have
make
to
it
work
happen.
20 hours a day instead of
My
24.
suggestion
Okay, so we just made this change.
If it doesn't happen, to have some sort of debt forgiveness until something is implemented for customers, we just take it.
So as Ms. Ragland brings up, we can make this retroactive. And so the district, when we bring the system online, we can go forward or backward in time, and it's
You
completely
know,
up
though,
to
the
you.
problem with that, though, is if you're cash poor,
I get the hand-to-mouth part. And
Yeah.
so my commitment is to bring it to we'll have APC, and
Yeah.
as long as we don't get bogged down in whatever we get bogged down in, we
Minutia,
can produce the document. Yes, we sure did. Or did we just change to July 1, or did we
Yeah.
staying at June?
Yeah, we just changed it to July 1.
Okay, so we changed it to July 1. All right.
To decompress staff.
I think that's good. Thank you, guys. I mean, that's
But
why
you
it's
gotta set
important you're all
goals.
here.
Yeah, gotta set goals, gotta have them be attainable.
Did you wanna say something?
What is going on with you two?
She's hiding. She's ready for a martini.
Nancy and I have been talking all day. All right.
Where's Marvin?
I know, see? She's changed over. Exhibit A. Thank you, Chip.
Exhibit A is based upon our financial model.
Which are these numbers? Yes, yes.
And if these numbers drive, here's our
Thank
exhibit
you.
A.
So it's 5.72 across the board.
Yeah, blow it up.
To this thing, which is the 24.83.
And if we just do a little math, make it bigger.
We got the wrong one. These are both the same for me. I'm looking at .83. I'm looking at the old one.
That's fine. And we just make it a little bigger, we'll check this number here.
Well, proposed is where it's changing. Oh, no wonder current wasn't changing. I see, so it did go down, yeah. 46.25, all right, so this is the new one.
So we see the first year is 5.72. And then we'll check these years here. So you can see these years are 5.72, and this year is 5.72.
Okay. And then it's the same down here in the raw?
Let's check the raw.
Yeah, let's just double check. Excel spreadsheets sometimes have a way of.
Weird stuff.
Having gremlins.
Get leftover formulas and stuff.
Well, it's not a big conflict.
Oh,
Oh, the raw had, hold on.
yeah, the raw didn't go up
Yeah, that's why we're checking.
from 21 to 22.
Oh, we don't need that one in here.
Oh, we don't need 22,
Yeah,
okay.
it is on here, but we don't need it.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
This guy here is gone. This guy here. That last one should have went up. No, that's 2022.
Yeah.
Okay, 19, 20, 21, okay.
570.99, okay.
Okay, so these 3 years here. This one will be is divided by district.
There we go.
And then these guys here. There we go. And the commodity was the same, it didn't change.
But that's 5.72.
Yes, that's
Okay, right.
So, and the treated commodity will be the same. If they treated, that's the same. These guys are. So it's the same.
Great. Thank you for checking all that.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Did you intend to keep the drought rate scheduled in? I thought you were not gonna do that.
We're just hoping not for a drought.
We're keeping it in.
Keeping
right?
it in.
Keeping it in.
I think everybody wanted to keep it in, but knowing we're not gonna use it this year.
And then modify it.
And then
to
modify it
farmers
with some kind of
relief.
relief for
For the farmers.
for food growing farmers. That's the intent.
Is that recorded somewhere?
I would, well, it's in the sky somewhere, but also you guys know, right? Yes. And Brad definitely knows.
Brad will remember.
Brad will remember. Okay, so now what? Now we have a motion to accept this as
Motion in
amended?
this resolution?
Is that what's happening?
Resolution today.
The form of motion, board, if you're ready for that, would be to adopt Resolution 2019-06.
As amended?
As amended and projected on the screen, including the change in effective date from or to July 1st, 2019.
So moved.
There we go. Second.
Public comment? Anybody awake? No, roll call, please.
Division 1?
Yes.
Division 2?
No.
Division 4?
I don't like it. I think I have to vote no.
Division 5?
No.
Division 3?
Aye.
So, what is it that everybody doesn't like?
What can we change?
Yeah, what can we change?
I propose we go down, and I'm sure these gentlemen propose we go up. I think it should be 3.5%. I think we should give more for the district, put the burden on the district this year. Keep it as low as we possibly can to cover our costs this year, and it'll give us incentive to really tighten our belts. I think we can save more than 5% in the district. We have to get creative.
I voted yes. I'm kind of interested to hear what.
I voted no. I believe this is totally irresponsible. I believe that Fitch and Moody's and S&P are probably watching us, and we're going to be punished for taking this action. That's my feeling. This is an irresponsible thing. We have to fund the district, and we're not doing it. We're just kicking the can down the road, digging further into reserves, and just putting off the inevitable. At some point, we have to balance the books. And this does not do that.
I pretty much concur, in addition to including as I stated before, I was opposed to across the board looking at the cuts in this resolution, how to cut the budget in this resolution.
So we have an alternative motion.
Well, I guess I'm interested, Chris, so you don't want to see it in the resolution about the budget cuts? Is that?
Right, I felt that's a separate issue. I said so last December.
No, I know you did.
I said along the line that we're trying to rush to do something when it needs a longer term process that I felt needed to happen during the budget process, and I stated that before.
Mm-hmm.
That was my that was my sticking point on that one, that,
So can that be stated that way?
What's that?
Right, I was
No.
wondering
Can
if
that
we
be
can
stated
restate
that
it.
way?
I have, tried to,
No, I mean, this resolution,
this
can we,
resolution, yeah.
where is it,
Well, it's number 11, it's in the blue ink.
rather than future public meetings,
Well, we had
as part
said-
of the budget process? Would that?
Yes.
So
That-
if we-
that was, and rather than trying to say we're going to hurry up and see where we can cut, this sounds to me like we're just gonna cut cross-board 5%. That's how it comes across to me. Maybe that's not the intent or how the outcome, but that's how it came across to me. And philosophically, I came here today prepared to vote for the full-on rate increase package, and have compromised twice to get it going, and now I feel like it's, we've cut too much, the increases.
I concur.
What would you propose?
Well, I had proposed the 9.5, that was kind of a, we originally talked about 15, that was 9.5, that came down to 5.7, kept coming down, so it's like, we're, and then we're talking, and the reason for the 3-year process, that we proposed a 3-year instead of a 5-year, was to give time to do this cost of service study, time, instead of trying to rush that through, and then we don't know what that's gonna cost now either, right?
What's
The
next January?
No,
Or
a new
next
cost of service
first
study.
Right, is next.
Whereas, the 3-year process was to give that, more time.
Right.
To, we don't know what it's gonna cost to do this, proposed, I don't disagree, philosophically don't disagree, but I think we're close enough. Mr. Gempler said so, that when we came up with how to allocate the amounts, I'm comfortable with that, rather than an intense study to figure that out. I think Marvin pointed this out, the accounting part alone is
Out there.
It's out there, and that's gonna be expensive to do. I'm not saying that's not something we shouldn't be working towards in the future, but I feel like we're trying to get this in favor of doing that, and where we need to be more fiscally responsible, and especially on the bond rating.
Okay, I think that the compromise then is the 5.72, and I make a motion to adopt as the resolution was with the 5.72.
For the 5-year?
3 years, the proposal that was on the board just a moment ago.
Well, that's the same.
It's the same. I'm proposing it.
Are you changing your vote then? Is
Yeah,
that what you're doing?
I will change my vote.
So the vote, the motion that was on the table was voted down. So the proper procedure would be to make a new motion. If there's additional changes.
I propose to make a motion to the same motion that was proposed before, the whereases, the definition was 5.72 for 3 years, beginning July 1st, while we're going to work at a low-income program diligently by that time. It's essentially the very same proposal, and I believe that I think we need to have a compromise here, and I'm willing to go up.
So the resolution 2019-06.
Yeah, 2019-06.
As amended.
As amended.
A new motion for the same resolution.
A new motion for the same resolution, same
Okay.
terms, same conditions.
And I saw that, just for the record, REM did make the change to the effective date to July 1. So what's projected on the screen is now the operative document that you would be voting on if there's a second.
Okay, I will second that.
Public comment? Roll call, please. Oh, yes.
Please go to the podium.
State your name and go for it.
Hi, I'm Christine Oliver. I just heard you say about the directors at the July board meeting to reduce the 2019 budget by a minimum of 5%. They're going to reduce it by July They're gonna reduce it?
They're gonna
No.
Develop options.
develop options for us to
Oh,
reduce.
okay, so they'll bring things to
They'll bring
you.
it to us.
Okay,
They're gonna
all
say,
right.
here's what we're finding, and then.
And we can talk
Thank
about
you.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It may not be possible, or it might be possible to do more, we don't know.
Shirley Osgood here. Okay, I just have a clarification question. If you do the math, what does the for a treated customer with whatever that size, the normal size water pipe is, what's the bottom line? Because I've been talking to a lot of people, and over the 3 years, what's the bottom line? Percentage.
Well, we asked Marvin to put the percentage
5.72.
Over the 3 years.
It's 5.72
It's compounded,
per
right?
year.
Right.
32%.
And it's compounded?
No,
32%?
32% over 5 years, so it would only be 15.
So it's basically 18%.
18%.
If you go 6 times 3. So you're going from 2483 to 2933.
Right.
Okay, because we thought we were having an 89% increase
Right.
is what,
That's not happening now.
so instead it's gonna be a 30, what'd you say, 20?
18.
18.
3 times 6 is 18.
Come here and then
18
you
over
can
3
take a look
years.
at this.
Thank
Come
you.
here, and you can have this.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, that sounded very directive.
Ricky, there's a whole bunch of them in the back.
Oh, there's a whole bunch
Yeah,
in the
you don't
back.
have to go
Okay.
over yours.
Right on.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 2,
No.
Division 4,
Yes.
Division 5,
No.
Division 3.
Aye.
Guys have it.
So, that was the only item on the agenda today.
Come to the next board meeting, I'm happy.
No closed session, closed
We're done.
public hearing, meeting, all that.